Snow fell cold on a bitter night. John was gone for the morning light. They blame Karen, but it don't sit right. Too many secrets hid from sight. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
As my cat assumes the position.
Well, now he's watching the fish.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Baker has landed safely. He is in the United States. He may not have luggage, but we have Walmart. So, all good there.
Yep.
And
Baconators.
I am over here on... Oh, yeah, and Baconators. That's very important.
I mean, forget pants. You can wear the same pants for 3 days, but a Baconator.
Yeah.
You can't let that sit for 3 days.
Yeah. And, you know, there's like other stuff. We have stores.
I mean, to be fair, I just kind of want to see Baker's face when someone else besides me or Jamie says the Aldi's.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Or the Target, the Kroger's.
Yeah, we don't put the in front of everything here.
Not everything, but a lot of things. Maybe it's more of a Midwestern thing, though.
Yeah, I think it's a Midwestern thing. We don't call it Aldi's either. We call it Aldi.
Well.
But I know exactly what you mean when you say it, so
Well, yeah, I mean, that and how is he gonna, he's just gonna be shocked with the amount of spray can or spray cheese we have. I mean, because I know Denmark has a lot of things, but do they have 8 different flavors of easy spread cheese? I don't think so. You're muted, I think, unless you're...
How did that happen?
I have no idea.
I think I hit my thing. Anyway, yeah, I think they have organic everything. I think it's just Crunchy Town over there.
Well, I mean, there are a lot of chemicals that they aren't allowed to use in their food.
And I think easy cheese just is like a chemical on its own.
Pretty sure. I mean,
it's definitely not on the periodic table.
It's kind of like Velveeta. We're not quite sure how it got that orange. We're not asking questions. It goes on cheese or out in, it has a little pump on it and you can squeeze the cheese out.
Wait, you don't have easy cheese? Do you have like the like Ready Whip, like Cool Whip in a container? It's kind of like that, but cheese comes out.
Yeah.
That's the best way I can describe it.
Yeah, it's like if chemicals vaguely were cheese.
Yeah. All right. Well, sorry you guys are missing out. Not that I've
Can
had it
you
in the last
imagine the
decade, but
international section over in the U or in the EU? It's just a bunch of cans. In the America section, it's just all cans of easy cheese.
yeah, definitely not. Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. The Walmart was for.
Yeah,
But
because
go ahead.
well, so I'm trying to figure out how long it's going to take Hank to become an insufferable butt monkey with Dr. Russell.
Oh, like first 30 seconds.
Pretty
I've got closed
much.
captioning coming in, so we might actually get started on time today.
It's like a Christmas miracle.
Now, I'm still kind of back and forth on whether that what was her name, the
Do you,
the See You Tuesday one that was up yesterday,
yeah.
good or bad for the defense, or was it a little bit of both?
Well, so I could see points for both sides, but I
Mhm.
feel like when I try to look at it objectively, she just looked like I think she looked terrible for herself.
Yeah,
As to whether any of her self-inflicted wounds landed on the state's side or the defense's side, I really couldn't tell you
yeah,
because some of
and
the things seemed to go with Hank, but then Jackson made her look like a moron. So I don't know.
yeah. Well, she just seemed insufferable. I mean, no matter which way you look at her, she was
Yeah.
not a good
Well,
look
and
for our gender.
yeah, and my thing is match energies. Like you could if you're going to be an unmitigated cahoon, you need to match fire with fire because it wasn't until Jackson got a little bit pissy at the end that I thought it would have been warranted to approach him with that energy. But when
Hmm.
she was coming in, yeah, it's just,
Yeah, it's.
that's
I
good.
mean,
I just found her tedious because basically we got in that she recanted her story that she totally made up, but then called it conspiracy theory.
hmm and I don't think anybody really. I doubt that jury picked up on the FBI much.
I doubt that, and then I can read out if you want to pull up the memberships.
Yes,
Thank
thank you,
you.
Sebastian Mueller.
All right, and then they went to Squaw Bob, Tough One, Lolita Smiles, Katie, Maddie B, Kimberly Ray, Phoenix Fire, Helene Jensen, or Helen, sorry, Lisa Lucida. I am sorry. Twisted Sifter, Karen G, Samantha, Nikki C, B Cowgirl, and then okay, May Hops, Tracy 5280, Mojane Make, Purple Jesus. Oh wait, no, Purple Jesus, you already are green on your own. Jive 64, Special KML, J Cares, Lee Lulu, Penny Williams, and I think that's it. Just making sure
And
they
then you
didn't.
have some on your side.
Well, I got five from the mornings with Mo, and those
Oh,
went. Oh, Neat Scholar, Jessica McClaverty, Katie, Miss Disorder, Unbalanced Equation. And then thank you, Sebastian, for your 10 gifted memberships over here on Mo in the Deep End. And those went to Spirit Matter, Sky Bell, Nay Folk, Mama Ames, John Coman, Richard H. St. Martin, Magic Angel, Pamela Goodson, Samantha Shoelover, and Kathy Trout. So thank you, and Baker thanks you as well. And
Yes,
he
thank
appreciates
you.
your support because he needs to buy new pants.
He does need to buy new pants. And thank you, Techno Stacy, for being here for 8 months. Hello, good morning. Thanks for being here with us. Well, you're very welcome. I mean,
Wait a minute.
always here. I'm
I
just
think
hiding.
this was the plan, because didn't Baker say he needed to get him some Wranglers while he was over here?
You know, it's funny you should mention that because he was actually pretty excited to shop. I'm not going to lie.
Well, I remember
Because,
him saying that.
and we will get to those when, well, can you see the ones for Valhalla?
Let me pull up his channel. I've been trying to keep up
Oh,
with
okay.
Rumble.
No problem. We can do it later. But
All
thank
right,
you,
but
Sebastian.
yeah, let me.
But yes, Baker was very excited to shop because he doesn't have crazy tax here. But I'm pretty sure his luggage might be in, is it Finland?
Yeah. All right, let me pull those up for Val, and thank you for the 10 gifted memberships to the Goat Herders. And they went to Magic Angel, Sue Scat, Paul Farrell, Ace, King Paco, City Kitty, Obscure Destinations Outdoor, M.E., Little Dog, Megan and a dog named Jim, and we are good. So
Thank you.
thank you and welcome to Goat Herkers. You get brand new fresh emojis. I'm trying to think of all the things that Valhalla usually says, because usually I forget what I'm supposed to say, but when I'm representing others as a third party intervener, I try to remember what they say.
Yeah, I don't remember. Something about goat emojis, which are very fun. Yes,
True.
Baker made it alive.
Yes.
And hopefully he, if he was a woman, he would have had underwear stuffed in his pocket. So he would have had a clean
He
pair.
would have had a purse and would have had his
Hmm.
most essentials in the purse.
Right. Will Baker be on at all while he's away? Probably. I'm sure he'll pop in or at least do a few like random lives, maybe lunchtime
Yeah.
here and there. He usually pops in, and he did say he was going to try. No promises. But yes, the boys are sleeping in. I know Baker got in very late and hasn't slept in probably forever.
Well, I
Uh,
mean, I'm wearing my most Christian tank top.
oh yeah,
Be kind of a bitch.
love it. La Furia was wearing a T-shirt with that on her
Well, it
on
was
her
either going to
panel
be
with
that or
us.
my quad dam tank top, but I feel like I have to actually do squats in order to wear that one.
Mm.
So, and I wasn't in the squatting mood today.
I've got my
I love
little
it.
my little cream pie, uh, which is actually really comfy because it's extra big.
I was about to say it looks so comfy.
It is. It kind of looks like pajamas. That's usually what I get if I wear it out. So I tend to wear it only at home. Sorry, Baker. I'll get a different color next time.
Yeah.
I'm proud to say I have never once in my life paid to have, yep, with a prostitute. Let me tell you this. They get, oh, I bet they do.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Stealing.
how else are they going to fill out their 1099 tax forms for their, for their
Right?
taxes?
I mean, at least put a tip on the dresser.
I mean, it is the oldest profession. I'm sure they've got taxes down to a science.
Yeah, sure they do. Uh, I I really hope that Valhalla is not sharing his underwear with Baker. Just saying.
Why do I have a feeling that this is going to be the start of either a really cool odd couple like reality show or a snapped episode? I just don't know for whom.
Yeah. No, his luggage did not make it over the ocean.
Really odd, stance to strike as a union. Like, we'll let you fly, but a-hole, your bags are staying here.
Right. Oh,
Not sure how that's going to get you better pay, but worker solidarity.
yeah. So we'll start out with Dr. Russell today.
Yeah.
And I
As
really hope that she's like come in fresh. Maybe she got her breath and, you know, who knows? Maybe she like, landed late Sunday or even Monday morning. Who knows? She took a red eye.
yeah. Well, and Brennan is going to be the thing that she'll need to watch, because you could tell that she was getting quite irritated, or at least the color in her cheeks was getting
Hmm.
deeper. What she needs to be really careful with is when he does these little throwaway things, or like, oh, so, this isn't a medical physician, but now you judge he's okay to, say these things. She has to not take all of his absolute, butthole energy and just say, this is what I said. This is what I've got, because he's going to try to go through. And if she did a different phrasing, so as long as she can keep in mind that all of this can be rehabbed, in redirect,
Yeah.
it'll be fine.
Yeah. And, that's the other thing is, the defense had a good night to sleep on and, get together and talk about redirect. So I think it will be I think it'll be interesting what they come back with.
I I do think that, and I do wish that she would have had, instead of saying pattern recognition, I think this is going to be a lot where the Commonwealth will kind of dog on her, because just like we dogged on Dr. Welcher for doing the stupid blue paint thing, which apparently does seem to be like a somewhat recognized practice, but not in cases like these.
Hmm.
She's saying pattern recognition, but what she should say is based on my, vast experience with working with, dog bites in a clinical as well as a post-mortem setting. I have this particular skill set. Her just saying pattern recognition, I think, is going to be kind of sticky, because that's basically saying, I noticed two things look alike. So I
Right.
think, and we can't, have apples and, or hold one standard for the state and not for the other. We wanted to see Dr. Welsher's math. I think we're going to have to see her math. Now, I wish she'd
Hmm.
brought her dog bite album with her. Maybe someone could fax over pictures. So she's like, this is the one I took at the fair. See, this canines, see, this was from a dog named Fifi. But see how this looks like this. I have a feeling that that's what is going to be maybe an issue, because it is such a kind of niche sort of study. You really
Right.
need to have it kind of down to a science what you do, because that's where they're going to attack you, is on both your credibility and your methodology.
Hmm. Yes.
Do
And rumor is we get lucky. That other woman who was there, other couple that was there, that
colitis?
yeah, and Officer Barrows, who was adamant that the tail light was cracked and missing a
Yes.
piece. So that will be good.
Now, what did you think about it coming out that the report had sort of been revised by
Hers?
someone in Alessi's? So I think Dr. Russell's, so I think she had a couple like sentences that maybe this subject matter goes more, or at least that's how she was explaining. So, like, oh, this sentence should go with this paragraph.
Hmm.
The way Brennan characterized it, someone else wrote her report.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming that that report or those things were brought or added, amended, if you will, an addendum, because of their expert, and it was in response to. So I don't know. I mean, okay, maybe they did.
Well, now it makes me wonder how often is this the case? Because if you have very technical, very math minded people, they don't tend to be very language heavy.
Hmm. Yeah, that's
But
true. Right. But that's the same thing happened last time.
well, yeah,
Oh,
and I think it's going to be dependent on what side you're on, how you choose to shade it.
hmm, yeah. I just stupid.
Also, okay, I guess I didn't know this and the internet is opening, or I didn't realize that the children's father had lost his life the way he had.
Yeah,
Brennan, you
we didn't know.
unmitigated ray of pitch black, just like your soul and the hair color that you spray on every morning. Really?
I think
And
that was like close circles only knew that, and they kept it out of the public. I mean, clearly their kids didn't need to know it.
no, there's a lot. Yeah, it didn't need to be said. And again, the moral, to claim the moral high ground doing stuff like that ticks me off.
And Danny T, happy birthday to my friend Pat Myers. Oop. Um, okay, let's just.
And you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or should be. Is Dr. Russell in the back there? Mr. Brennan, you can set up if you want to.
Uh, we tried to give him cliff notes last night, but I think he's probably just more confused.
Yeah, I told him that you kind of just have to watch the morning, but
Hmm.
that Dr.
Pretty
Russell
much the
was
same.
a lot of dissertation and CV because that is where her experience is going to come in. So it took a long
Hmm.
time.
It wasn't a noble attempt.
Dr.
You failed.
Alexander, you're still under oath. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Russell.
Good morning, Your Honor.
May I?
Yes.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan.
I had asked you yesterday if your opinions regarding the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm changed between when you testified last year and then the more recent hearings that we've had over the past 4 or 5 months. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
And when I asked you that question, I asked if you had help with your report, and you told us that there was a woman who helped you with your report.
I told you that there was someone who helped me or made suggestions in organizing the report, having certain sentences placed in certain categories.
When I asked you about the identity, the person who actually helped you, I asked you if it was one of the attorneys, and you had said no.
That is correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Thank you. You had testified in December 22nd, 2024 in this case?
I believe it was that date, yes.
And when you testified back in December of 2024, do you remember I asked you who it was that had assisted you with your report?
I don't remember that specifically.
Well, I'm going to show you a page from the testimony. This is from the hearing. And I asked you, line 21, page 207, did anybody help you write this report? And what did you say?
I wrote the report.
If you could finish, please.
I had some help with some minor edits, rearranging, some paragraphs or whatsoever, but putting things in the right category.
Then I said, okay. And you answered?
No, I wrote the report.
And then finally I asked, who helped you with your report? What did you tell us?
I said, Mr. Lessie.
And Mr. Alessi, is that gentleman the attorney who asked questions on direct examination?
Yes.
Okay. And so, did Mr. Alessi help you with your report?
What I recall is we discussed the report, but I recall that it was someone else that actually helped me rearrange the report. That's my memory right now.
Is your memory different now than it was last December?
Well, I don't think so, but, you have something in writing.
Do you think you would have testified to that if it was inaccurate?
Mr. Alessi did not help write the report. He may have helped organize and make a suggestion about what is training versus what is experience, but he did not help me write the report.
Did you have any help trying to describe methodology?
No.
Did you have any help talking about differential diagnosis?
No, I'm very familiar with differential
And
diagnosis.
so, after that report was written, is there any reason why some of your opinions have changed?
I don't believe my opinions have changed.
When you testified at the hearing last year, June 21st, 2024, did you express that you couldn't say with 100% certainty what type of animal, in your opinion, caused those wounds?
100% certainty, that is absolutely correct. And I'd like to see that, but yes, that's my recollection.
If it's your recollection, I'm happy to show you what
Yes,
you just
please.
testified to. You want to
Yes.
see it again?
Yes.
Okay. And by the way, between last night and today, did you get any advice from anybody suggesting you should ask for a transcript when I asked you a question? Did that advice come your way?
That's my general advice from previous times.
Well, did you have any advice last night about that?
Yes.
Who told you last night that you should always ask for a transcript when I'm asking you questions?
Well, I think it was just Mr. Lessie.
So did you and Mr. Alessi, you know there's a sequestration order, don't you?
Yes.
A sequestration order that you're not supposed to discuss the case at all with anybody?
Well, we
during the
didn't discuss specifics.
Do you know that the sequestration order mandates that you not discuss anything about the case from when you start your testimony until you end your testimony? You know that, right?
I understand that there is a sequestration order.
Do you understand the sequestration order mandates that you're not supposed to speak to people, including the attorneys, about this case overnight? Did you understand that?
There were no specifics discussed.
Or did you understand that you weren't supposed to, is what I'm asking? Did you know that's a violation of the sequestration
No, I did
order
not.
to speak to the attorneys overnight?
I did not know that that particular conversation would be a violation.
So did you meet with Attorney Alessi last night?
No.
How was it that you had a conversation with him?
Please say signal.
Actually, it might have been in the vehicle.
You drove together?
Yes.
So did you commute to and from court together with Attorney Alessi?
There's a driver.
Okay, who else is in the car when you left court yesterday?
The driver.
When
Oh,
you-
no, I wasn't with him yesterday, no. Not in the car yesterday, no.
Well, you just said that you spoke to Attorney Alessi yesterday. And I'm trying to figure out, when was it that you were having conversations with Mr. Alessi relative to the sequestration order that you're under?
This morning, riding to court
Okay, so you and Attorney Alessi drove to court?
with the limo driver, yes.
Well, who was in the limo with you and Attorney Alessi on the way to court today?
That was just us.
Just you two?
Yeah.
What else did you both talk
Wait.
about other than
Jesus.
that you should ask for a transcript every time I ask you a question?
Okay, so we have to call balls and strikes, and this is not a good look. Again, leave it to Brendan to put the worst spin on this, but we would be just as pissed off if we found that Jen McCabe wrote in with Hank, to court. So we have to call balls and strikes. Now, again, I don't think anything untoward happened, but this is making a lot of this look really bad.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the way he's asking it, of course, but
Now, all of this could be redeemed, with a cross,
Yeah.
but I am going to call balls and strikes. So we would be pissed off if Jen McCabe did it with Hank. So, would we draw negative inferences? Yes, we would. So this is not a good look. I don't
Yeah,
know if she met with the commissioner. He just told her to do her best, patted her on the behind, and said thanks.
yeah, I think I'm curious. Well, I think the good thing is I think she's being honest. She's not being evasive. And she's probably going to say, that was probably the only thing they really discussed.
And
Not
Jedi Jess
substantive.
said, because she's an actual lawyer, I just play one on television. Don't hire me. Jedi Jess says there's a slight difference. She's an expert, not a fact witness, and it's not abnormal for attorneys to drive them. Wait a minute. Also, as an expert witness, isn't she excused from some rules of sequestration? Like other witnesses can watch other witnesses.
Yeah. Yeah. who
That
did-
being said, it's just not a great look, but let's see how.
Right. Yes. Oh, no, that was from Tully, and that was before he started testifying. But at the same time, does it matter? I mean, I guess it does.
Also,
Well, she just said so.
well, yeah, she confessed. Ma'am, you have been in, offices with patients and told them everything's going to be fine. And they're going to need like at least 84 rabies shots. So come on now.
And I bet he knows about it because, their arrivals and departures are blasted all over YouTube. I doubt they tried to hide it. They probably got dropped off like around the corner or in front of the courthouse and were publicly seen together getting out of the car. So,
Well, that, and she confessed. She's like, oh, no, I was told to ask for a report. Ma'am,
Yeah.
I'm going to have to teach you. I'm going to send you to Youngest Most Feral. He'll have you lying about who wrote your name with a highlighter on the wall in no time.
I'm sure that this is the thing. Is Hanky he usually does a horrible job of doing redirect and cross and usually ask questions to sync himself. So they're probably just, sure, ask away. And if anything comes out that was weird, they'll fix it
Yeah.
on redirect. And yes, he will make a mountain out of a molehill, but that's what lawyers do.
That's what we talked about specific to this case.
Was it a long conversation?
No, not at all.
The entire ride here, there must be more you spoke about other than just the sequestration order.
We did. We spoke about Boston, how I love Boston area. We spoke about New York. We spoke about other things. And in fact, I have to say that even on the ride back to the hotel yesterday, with others in the car, nobody spoke about the case.
But I'm talking about this morning when you did speak about the case. What else? Not about the Red Sox or the weather. What else did you talk to Attorney Alessi about this morning other than you should ask for a transcript every time I ask you a question?
We talked about what I did last night.
About this case?
No,
I'm sorry, but I'm asking about this case.
that was it.
I want to know what all the discussions were between you and this attorney today or last night about this case.
Just that I should ask for a transcript.
Well, there must have been some concept. There must have been some context. He didn't just turn to you talking about the weather and say, hey, you should ask for a transcript. You must have been talking about something.
He also generally, not today, but generally says, be honest. Always be honest.
Fantastic. But this morning about your testimony,
Hank, don't be a
what
dick.
did he tell you? Did he tell you this morning you should be honest?
Not this morning.
Okay. Does anybody need to remind you to be honest when you testify?
No.
Okay. What else did he talk? How did it come up? Hey, by the way, ask for transcripts.
I don't even know how it came up. I didn't put much significance to it.
Well, it was just moments ago it happened because you just got to court. You can't remember the context of the sage advice of Attorney Alessi?
No.
Do you have any memory issues?
No.
May I approach?
Oh shit. He done unleashed final form Granny. Look at the face on Grambo right here.
Did you hear her intake of breath?
She delivered his mama. She's about to go put him back in.
I need to play that again because that was worse than a Bev sigh.
That was worse than asking a woman if she was pregnant and you don't see a baby falling out of her.
Or asking her age.
She has fumbled with certain things that I will say she has been a little bit less than clear, but that was a dick move. I mean, again, let's go back and rewind, but I think I got a Ford Transit that fits 10 people. I think we need to go defend Meemaw's honor.
Yeah, right?
Significance to it.
Well, it was just moments ago it happened because you just got to court. You can't remember the context of the sage advice of Attorney Alessi?
No.
Do you have any memory issues?
No.
May I approach?
Yes. Look at that face.
Transcript, please.
Oh, she was going to be nice to you. Now she's going to eat your soul.
Since you've asked for the
Worders are gonna be
transcript, I have it for you.
Spiked with arsenic.
Dr. Russell, this is June 21st, 2024. I had asked you whether you expressed that you couldn't say with 100% certainty. You agreed with my answer, so there's no need to try to refresh your memory, but I'm going to show it to you because you asked. Take a look
What?
at line 16. Is that now consistent with the questions I asked you and the answer that you gave, that you were less than 100, you couldn't be 100% certain?
That looks consistent.
You want more time with it?
How about she asked him, No, I don't have memory issues. Do you have hair issues? Did you dye your hair? Did you use Rogaine in between this trial and the last trial? How about over the weekend? Like, come on now.
Again, there are ways you can talk about memory issues. The problem is she just passed her boards, and a classic neuropsych exam is going to ask her, what day is today? Who do you think is the president? Although I think it's supposed to be who is the president. I like to ask, who do you think is the president? Because, answers can vary. And then, draw a clock and point to which one of these animals is a lion.
And Brandon, what do you call a woman who pleasures herself with a vegetable? Mrs. Hawkins. Thank you for that one. That one. See, I didn't mind reading that one.
The transcript?
No.
She's going to put flaming dog poop on his front porch.
Has anybody else talked to you about your testimony today overnight, Dr. Russell?
No.
Stop asking.
When you testified last year, same transcript that we just looked at, do you remember when you gave your opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, you said that you thought the wounds were from an animal, possibly a large dog?
On that same date?
Yes,
May I see the
of
transcript?
course. Pursuant to attorney.
So I actually feel like he might have said that to piss her off, to get her to fire back. It's a tactic. It's a choice. It looks
It
bad.
is a choice. I don't think he understands that she worked in a prison, and I'm sure memory problems was one of the kindest things that she heard about herself.
Alessi's advice, let me approach.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to strike that, disregard that, Joyce.
May I
What
approach?
did he just
Yes.
Wait, I missed it.
Page you want us to?
23. Alessi's advice,
See the,
dog?
on that same date?
Yes,
May I see the
of
transcript?
course. Pursuant to Attorney Alessi's advice, let me approach.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to
Oh,
strike that,
you
disregard that,
dick.
Joyce.
May I approach?
Yes.
And
What page you want us to?
it was 15 minutes in before Brennan turned into a 14-year-old little hoe bag girl who didn't get something at Hot Topic.
Mm-hmm.
June 21st, 2024, Doctor?
June 21st.
Page 23, line 14. Will you ask the question based on everything we've discussed today? Is it your opinion based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty these injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog? What did you say?
I said yes.
Thank you.
I'm confused. Animal is us
Thank you.
is the great, class kingdom or kingdom classification, and then dog is a subset under that.
Mm-hmm. Possibly a large dog.
When you gave your opinion, not this year, last year, you agreed when you were assessing the wound, you used the word or adopted the word possibly, didn't you?
Explain the context of it?
Sure.
That sentence?
Sure. Go right ahead.
No, you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Then, I'm sorry, please
When
rephrase
you-
the question.
When you were asked about your opinion last year, not this year, last year, about whether to a reasonable degree of medical certainty the injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog, you agreed with that characterization. A large animal, possibly a dog, didn't you?
Yes, an animal, possibly a large dog, last year, yes.
When you were on direct examination, there were tons of questions about this word methodology.
Define
Remember all
tons.
those questions you were asked?
In June?
Yesterday.
Yesterday, okay, yes.
Yes. And when you were asked about methodology, was that an attempt to try to explain that you weren't just looking at an abrasion and guessing or eyeballing it? You were trying to suggest there's some type of scientific or medical process to give some type of certainty to your opinion?
That
Yes,
is the
making
process
a
I
differential
used.
When you
diagnosis.
talked about methodology
Okay,
yesterday.
can you pause it? So what they should have instead said, methodology, pattern recognition. pattern recognition based on a, fully qualified, ME with years and years of seeing dog bites. I did a differential diagnosis, and I can tell you, I've studied a lot of dogs and not a lot of tail lights, but that looks like a dog bite. So this is going to be a lot of pedantic. What is methodology? Do you understand the scientific method?
Yeah. I don't.
Type of scientific or medical process to give some type of certainty to your opinion?
That is the process I used.
When you talked about methodology yesterday, you talked about your experience in methodology with knife wounds and gunshot wounds, correct?
Yes?
But there was no methodology whatsoever regarding looking at a photograph and then identifying whether that is consistent with dog bites, is there?
I disagree.
When you describe methodology, you were asked by Attorney Alessi whether or not you've engaged in that methodology regarding dog bites. Did you agree that there is really no methodology regarding dog bites?
I disagree.
When you use the word methodology regarding dog bites, there isn't something specific you're looking at as if you were looking at a fingerprint. There are points of comparison. You don't do that, do you?
There are no specific points that are published by a organization, for instance, on how to determine something is a dog bite. However, I did use different methodologies, including what we talked about, the differential diagnosis, the pattern recognition. Pattern recognition, again, is so important in medicine. It's what pathologists use to diagnose tumors.
There
For
is no
instance.
standard. There is no recognized standard anywhere for methodology on how to identify a dog bite wound, is there?
There is no published standard from an organization that I am aware of.
So there is no source, there is no recognized community, there's no certification, there is no recognized method in identifying a superficial abrasion as a dog bite. Isn't that fair to say?
As in many conditions in the medical field, there are no certifications.
How about published standards? Is there any published standards whatsoever, any, regarding claims that a superficial abrasion is a dog bite? Are there any published standards by any organization?
No, but there would have to be thousands of.
Oops. That's okay, 'cause I can tell you one thing. Those jokes aren't funny, and frankly, they are told in bad taste. I wholeheartedly agree.
Brandon, thank you for dropping some knowledge on us and being our moral compass.
Yeah, well, let's not go too far.
I didn't say it was.
Published standards to identify the causes of the thousands of different types of abrasions. So no, there's no published standards.
No published standards. There is nowhere you can point to where the so-called methodology that you were telling the jury yesterday is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community. You can't point to anywhere, can you?
There are peer review articles which list recommendations on how to determine something is from some wounds are from a dog. These are peer review articles written by esteemed physicians that have analyzed dog bites and have published these and have published an approach to identifying, particularly a forensic approach to identifying dog bites.
Let me ask you the question again, Dr. Russell. Can you point to one place where there is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community for identifying dog bites? One article, one journal, one book. Can you point to any?
Well, I'm
that the
going to
same as
mention the
pup play?
articles I mentioned earlier. The article.
What was that?
I said, is that the same as pup play? Because I think San Francisco has a couple of articles, but I don't know how much they need to know about leather.
And thank you again, Brandon. Did you hear about the guy who had his ashles? Who had his ashes sprinkled in salsa? He just wanted to tear his wife's rear up one last time. Thank you for that. I would suggest Taco Bell.
Dog bites.
I would,
One
yeah,
article,
I would
one
suggest
journal,
that there's not
one
enough
book.
dog bite deaths in medical recognitions.
Yes.
What he's trying to do is, he knows this. He knows as a prosecuting attorney that if she were to say, this is a knife wound, you know, from another case, he would believe her. Can we just listen to him on 2-point speed and tell Baker that we listen to him and watch cat videos?
Mm-hmm.
Can you point to any?
Well, I'm going to mention the articles I mentioned earlier, the article with the lead author of Dr. Demunick and the article with the lead author of Dr. Pollack. And although they're not standards, they are recommendations.
I'm going to ask you the question one more time before I approach. Can you point to one place, where there is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community for identifying dog bites?
No.
And so with no readily accepted standards in the dog bite community, no defined methodology, when you look at a photo like you do of John O'Keefe's arm, you're just eyeballing it based on your personal experience with dog bites, rather than relying on some type of scientific foundation that has been published and accepted in the community.
I'm going to allow that.
Isn't that fair to say, Dr. Russell?
No, absolutely not. There are many, many conditions in medicine where there are no standards developed, and yet doctors make and nurse practitioners and the like make diagnoses all the time on these various medical conditions, and more importantly, they treat them because they require treatment. There are not published standards on every single of the 10,000 or more medical conditions that exist, including dog bites.
I'm not talking about a stuffy nose or a broken leg. We're talking about dog bites here. So let's focus on dog bites if you can indulge me, doctor. Regarding dog bites, since there is no standard practice, there is no accepted methodology, and since there is no accepted and approved guidelines, you are essentially simply looking at a picture, a photograph, and just using your past experience with treating dog bites as the basis for your opinion. Isn't that fair to say? I
don't think so. I'm using my past experience, my strong interest in dog bites over 30 years, and the methodology and the articles that I read, the numerous articles I read, but the articles that have recommendations. I'm using all of that combined to come up with a methodology for determining that those are the result of a dog.
When you say coming up with a methodology, are you saying that you're creating your own methodology, that you're the person who has the standard and nobody else? Is that your position, Dr. Russell?
No, the phrasing was not good there. I use standard methodology of pattern recognition and differential diagnosis.
Okay, this is what we needed
There is
her
no
to say.
standard in the medical community.
Yes.
This is good because again, he's going to continue to dog and have this with, he's going to beat a dead horse forever. But this is what she needed to explain that I don't think that she did as well yesterday. So the fact that she's clearing it up and she's basically, I think, saying the right things, because yesterday she said a lot of like pattern recognition, but now she's marrying it with a differential diagnosis and her vast experience. So I think she's holding her own, and you shouldn't have pissed off Grambo, Dr. Grambo. You done asked her about her memory, and she's like, okay, I'm gonna fight you on everything.
Dude, the memory question, I'm still like appalled that he even.
I still hear her. I mean, and then that face she made, sir. I
And the
hope you have
jury
life
heard that.
insurance. Or could you imagine Brennan needing the Heimlich and the doctor's like, memory problems.
The phrasing was not good there. I use standard methodology of pattern recognition and differential diagnosis.
There is no standard in the medical community
Shut
relative
up.
to differential diagnosis and pattern recognition
gonna be a
as it
long
relates
day.
to dog bites, not other areas of medicine, dog bites. There is no accepted methodology, is there?
That's true.
You mentioned that you have this strong interest in dog bites. Let me borrow a phrase. Do you think you had any confirmation bias when you got into this case?
I don't think so.
Well, you definitely want to be in this case. You weren't sought out, you sought the case.
That is incorrect.
And you said you had a strong interest in dogs, and
I-
that is one of the reasons you wanted to get involved in this case. Isn't that
I-
fair to say?
No, that's actually an unfair statement. I did not want to get involved. I wanted to offer my my knowledge and experience to help clarify issues. I did not want to become an expert witness in this case, and I used, again, as I do on just about every medical condition that I look at and every wound that I look at, I do a differential diagnosis. What else could this be? What else could cause these scratches and abrasions and wounds? What else before I come to my conclusion?
On your ride over here today, were you instructed that when I ask a question, rather than answer it, give a long explanation about something else?
No.
Wait a minute,
I would like
Hank.
to
Have you met
put
any
up
of your
an exhibit
witnesses?
of-
Yeah.
Could we run the record back per Daryl Brooks of Dr. Welcher and his cross answers?
Yeah, right? Yeah.
She's going to put X-Lax in your brownies, and she's going to put pot in ours, and I really hope she doesn't mix them up.
Yeah. Same. Same.
instructed that when I ask a question, rather than answer it, give a long explanation about something else?
No.
I would like to put up an exhibit of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, and I want to ask you some questions about it. You and I have had many conversations about Mr. O'Keefe's superficial scratches before, haven't we?
Yes.
And would you agree, looking at these, they are superficial abrasions? Do you agree with that characterization?
Yes.
When we last spoke, just for background, to remind ourselves, we broke these into separate parts so we could discuss them by number, just for the sense of clarity. And we discussed this as wound number 1. Do you remember that?
Grouping number 1, yes.
Number 2?
Yes.
Number 3?
Yes.
4?
Yes.
5?
Which did you
I'm
call
sorry, this
4?
one,
4,
five.
5, 6, maybe.
Okay, so as we go through, I'm going to identify them by number. That wasn't done by anybody else. It was just during our discussion so we can have clarity. Is that fair?
Okay.
Sustained.
Is it fair if I refer to this as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
I think so.
Okay. When you testified June 18th of 2024, last year, when you came in, you were asked questions before the actual hearing. You were asked questions about this particular superficial abrasion, weren't you?
I'd have to see the transcript. I believe so,
course.
but I'd have to see the transcript.
Do you remember when you were first giving opinion testimony about this specific abrasion, wound number 1? Do you remember you saying that you thought it was either teeth or nails?
I'd have to see the transcript again.
I will give you the transcript, and as I'm doing that, let me ask you, do you remember your testimony about what you actually said?
So, do you remember your testimony?
For each specific day?
Why did the
No.
closed caption
I
say,
remember,
do you remember your husband?
I remember generally, but not for each specific day.
If you
I've
have
been
an
here many
opinion,
times.
I'm going to bring your transcript up to remind you, but if you have an opinion, it shouldn't change, right? It should always be the same?
Generally, yes.
She
Okay.
also
So
said
let me ask you
yesterday
before we
that
talk
the
about what you
teeth
said-
and the claws were hard to differentiate because the kind of front canine kind of nip teeth that generally get you are conical, and the claw or the nails are also conical, so it is sometimes hard to figure out.
Yeah. And thank you, Brandon. I never get to see my family anymore. Most of them are in jail. No letters, no phone calls. And they're all in there for the same reason. My testimony.
Also, pop over to my chat. I'm doing a poll because I like to give back. I like to be kind. So we need a dog bite community fundraiser. Should it be a hot dog eating contest, a bikini puppy wash, Rue Pups fashion show? People are welcome. So I guess, you people puppies. And then, or just, Dr. Meemaw showing us her dog bite, picture albums.
Oh, Lefty.
I don't have the rhythm. I wish I did.
No. I remember I remember generally, but not for each specific day.
If you
I've
have
been
an
here many
opinion,
times.
I'm going to bring your transcript up to remind you, but if you have an opinion, it shouldn't change, right? It should always be the same?
Generally, yes.
Okay. So let me ask you before we talk about what you said at the beginning. What is this from? Teeth or nails?
It could be either, but I think that's from teeth.
So when you say they could be either, if you have a methodology and you have a certain standard where you can identify something based on a standard, there wouldn't be so much uncertainty, would there? You'd be able to look at this, consider the methodology, and either come to an opinion whether it was teeth, nails, or something totally different, right?
You know, Mr. Brennan, perhaps I didn't explain earlier, but the nail of a dog tends to be cone-shaped, conical in shape, and very similar. It's the nails, the canine,
Oh,
excuse me, the
Grammy
canine
is
teeth of
teaching
dogs.
him.
So the shape and the fact that they come to a point makes some wounds indistinguishable.
Are you saying that nails of a dog are so similar to the teeth that you can't tell the difference between them when you're looking at a wound?
I'm saying that they can cause similar-looking abrasions.
Are you able, as the premier expert in the United States on dog bites, able to tell
You
the difference
dick.
between teeth
You-
and claw nails of an animal when you're looking at a wound?
Objection.
Individually, well, okay, that's a very interesting question. Sometimes it's difficult because they can have similar appearing wounds. So you have to look at the overall pattern in order to make some conclusions.
But when you first started testifying in this case, you never suggested you had to look at everything in totality. You were giving opinions regarding individual wounds. Isn't that fair to say?
No,
It wasn't until I began
Does your
asking you
doctor
questions
just look at your
and you had
toe, you
inconsistent
idiot?
answers that you've now changed from, rather than identifying individual wounds, now you're saying I can't identify individual wounds, but I can tell you in totality.
I disagree with that. I believe that the very first time I testified, I mentioned that the overall pattern was important.
When you first testified, so today, before we get to your testimony, you're saying this could be either teeth or nails, but you think it's probably teeth.
Correct.
How probable? Do you think it's certainly teeth, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty? You're not sure? What is the value
can't say
of your
that.
certainty or lack of certainty about what caused this wound?
Reasonable degree of medical certainty.
What is a reasonable degree of
Oh,
medical certainty?
also,
That
can you
what?
pause real quick?
That those are caused by teeth.
For those
I'm
of
gonna
you who have not been in the medical field, it's called practicing medicine for a reason. There is an inherent understanding that no diagnosis is 100% correct all the time, that there are issues. That's why doctors have to carry incredibly hefty liability insurance, because inherent in the practice, it's a practice of the medicinal arts, is that it is practice, that we don't know everything, that there will be new knowledge coming in. So I hate this man so much.
Me too. And I'm going to put this back up. I just did not want to.
Teeth. Okay. When
Keep it
you
up
first
too long.
testified, your position was it could have been teeth or nails.
Good idea.
That's different than saying, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, teeth, isn't it?
No, there is a small possibility that they could be caused by nails.
When you first testified, you didn't qualify it as a small possibility, did you?
I perhaps wasn't asked.
Well, you answered. Do you remember when you were asked about it and you answered? You talked about that it was a pattern close to the shoulder with parallel marks. Do you remember?
Do I remember what?
Saying that this is a pattern close to the shoulder, right? That they're superficial. You agree with that still?
Yes.
And did you say they were consistent with teeth and nail marks?
Yes.
Okay. Nails on a dog, oftentimes or most times, are horseshoe shaped, aren't they?
They're generally conical shape.
You don't think that nails on a dog in your studies have a horseshoe shape?
I think it depends on the grooming of the dog and if the nails were cut recently. But in general, they come to a point. They're at the, at the end of the paw. They come to a point. And by the way, the paws
she's
can
making a little
open
paw.
and close. So the distance
I love
between the
her.
nails can vary depending on how that claw impacts the skin. So in many ways, they resemble the overall shape of canine teeth.
And so to get back to my question here, you're saying that this could have been caused by dog nails?
It's possible.
Do you know, or do you think that the teeth in a dog are different shapes and sizes?
Oh yes, depending on the tooth, there's different shapes and sizes. Absolutely.
When you testified the first time and you said that you thought it was teeth or nails, do you remember testifying a couple days later in front of a group of people and you again iterated that this could be teeth or claw marks? That was your testimony last year, teeth or claw marks, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the characterization of that prior proceeding.
So just prior proceeding, folks, that's all.
Did you testify at that prior proceeding last summer that this could have been teeth or claw marks?
I would need to see the transcript.
Do you think if we got Hank a puppy, he'd become a person and not a Borg asshole?
No, I think the puppy would bite him and run away.
Well, I'd be willing to see either on film, so
Any approach?
Yes.
But,
I reckon he'd
yeah.
be like the Grinch, and his heart would grow 2 sizes, and then he'd
When you first
stop
testified on
stealing
June
candy from
18th,
children.
Doctor, you were asked questions trying to identify what you thought that wound was. And this is your June 18, 2024 testimony on page 37.
Are you going to show
Line
it to
7,
her?
the questions begin, and you were asked what you thought they were. You can read any part you want, but line 7 might be a starting point.
We need to start him with a puppy beanie baby. If he can keep it alive for a week.
Yes,
we'll
I said that
talk
which are
about a
consistent with
goldfish.
teeth marks. They also could be possibly consistent with nail marks.
Dr. Russell, I'm just going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay?
Okay.
Go back about 30 seconds. She's still reading the transcript, and you can see Hank trying to take it away like a fussy priss.
Dr.
Look
Russell,
at him.
I'm just going to ask you to
Also
being
could
so
be
pissed
possibly
off.
consistent with nail marks.
Dr. Russell, I'm just going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay?
Okay.
Look at his face.
I think she's doing it on purpose.
Thank you. That was your first testimony last year, yes?
Yes.
Saluting the petty. Respect.
And then did you testify a couple days later and again repeated the same opinion, teeth or nail marks?
May I see it?
I'm asking if you remember.
Yes, I
This
remember
might
testifying.
Backfire on
Do you remember after
Brennan,
you worked on?
because as much as he's saying that her testimony has changed, she looks at the transcript, says, "Yeah, that's what I said," and he says, "So is it true you said this on this day?" "Yeah, I saw it on the transcript." "So you're lying." It shows that she's actually remained fairly consistent and stated multiple times that, again, the reasons for not being able to differentiate. But she also said in her testimony yesterday that most of the teeth, like for an incomplete bite, a bite from a, regular just puppers, it's kind of a nip and then release. It's not a hold and tear kind of situation. And with those front teeth being similar to the claws, you're not going to know. Now, if she'd gotten her molars in there, you would. So
Yeah.
I think she's actually showing, it's backfiring for me because it's showing that she's been consistent this entire time. He's just failing to listen.
Well, he's got issues.
Fair point. His mother never
I'm
hugged
asking if
him.
you.
And his puppy didn't either.
Fair point, and his
Remember.
cats hated
Yes,
him.
I remember testifying.
Do you remember after you worked on your report and submitted your report?
Yes.
After your consultations, do you remember changing that opinion regarding number 1? Do you remember changing that opinion?
No.
Do you remember
We are gifting Dr.
Change-
Mima an honorary conductress of the Petty Express, Order Knighthood of Pettiness, Sisterhood of Snark, Grand Order First Class. You can ride on the Petty Express at any time, and honest to goodness, reach out to me. I want to see all your dog bite photos. I'll just talk at you for like an hour. We will be the biggest hit ever. Fireside Talks with Dr. Mima and, Mo. She does kind of remind me
Do
of
you remember-
Kathy Bates for Misery, though, so I'm a little scared too.
changing from either teeth or possibly claw marks to being very specific, claiming that it was definitely teeth marks?
No.
Are there different types of teeth in a dog?
Yes.
Okay. The pointy teeth, the big ones, those are called canines,
Correct.
and the smaller ones are incisors.
Correct.
There are 6 incisors and a healthy dog on the top and bottom between the canines.
Correct.
Okay. Did you, when you testified subsequently to the original proceedings, did you change your opinion from teeth or claw marks to specifically teeth, and even more specifically, canines?
Do you have a transcript?
I do, but I'm going to ask you the question. Do you remember changing your testimony from teeth or nails to being very certain that it was canines, not just teeth, canines that caused that wound?
I became more certain, yes.
You had never said that the canines caused these wounds before you filed the report, ever, did you?
I may not have, that's true.
Because your
And so
experts
after you did the
also
report,
changed their
you
reports
shifted.
when new shifting Tokyo time drift became available. So I'm saying if it's good for the douche, it's good for the defense. It's a new commandment.
I love that she keeps asking for the transcript too. Like, just keep it going. Yeah. Look at her face.
She's like, I'm gonna ask for the transcript. She's like, look,
Yeah.
I can sit here
Every
until my
single time.
social security comes in. I got nothing to do.
Mm-hmm. Marissa took an ancestry DNA test and it turned out she was 1% black. Oh, on earth could that happen? Well, it was a mouth swab. Wow. Thanks for that.
I may not have, that's true.
That's how you beat those
And so
paternity
after you
tests
did the
every
report,
time.
you shifted from teeth
Not legal or
and
medical
nails
advice.
to canines. Do you remember that?
I don't think it's a shift.
No one would ever refer to a dog's nails as canines, would they?
No, I don't think so.
That would be inaccurate, wouldn't it?
Yes,
That would be a mistaken use of the word.
I believe so.
When you testified, December 2024, you didn't say nails could have caused this wound. You didn't say generally teeth. You said canines.
I believe that, and that's true. I believe that canine teeth caused that wound.
Did you have any new information about photographs that would help you change your opinion from teeth and nails to canines?
Well, I had been challenged. I had testified several times. I reviewed the case several times and challenged. And each time I reviewed the case, I became more certain that these were from canine teeth. And actually, there's other marks there, but these are from teeth.
You say more certain. You had never said canines before, ever, until that recent hearing. Isn't that true?
I said teeth.
Canines.
It doesn't matter. I said teeth. Canines are some of the teeth.
Upper or lower canines?
Upper.
And if it's upper canines, you testified previously that the point of entry would be here at the bottom and the dog would pull this way. That's what you testified to. Yes?
No, I believe you misunderstood then. The point of entry is up there. The first initial point of contact
love
is
when
there.
she's learning
And the
things.
dog pulled this way, or Mr. O'Keefe pulled his arm the opposite way.
Dr. Russell, you don't recall that you said that the bigger circles are the point of entry, the dog pulled this way, and then I asked you
No,
how
that's not what she
could
said
a
at
dog pull
all.
this way when the arc is like this? The dog's mouth would have to be in backwards. Remember that conversation we had?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh my God, he's stupid.
Remember that conversation? You said that the point of entry
you
would be
pause
the
it?
bigger circle.
Because he's dumb as all hell. So what she actually said is that you're going to start off with a little puncture, and then as the arm is dragged away, it's going to make these longer cuts, becoming more ragged and jagged toward the back end or the end of the attempted bite. It's the same if you let your kids cut the pumpkin pie and they decide to stab the, pie cutter, because we can't have nice things, directly into the middle of the pie, and then scoot it along instead of using the side. Don't ask me how I have personal knowledge of this and how brownies can be mutilated with a knife. Have small children. But it's the same concept. If you go to slice brownies, you put the knife in as it drags back. If you don't have a sharp knife, you get those jagged tears in the brownie.
Mm-hmm.
I love that I go to baking.
Well, I have perfected taking out the middle piece. without
I don't like
disturbing
the
the
middle
other one.
piece. You can have it. I like the corner edge piece, like little bit of mushy on the outside, but then that chewy sort of brownie toffee on the outside.
I want it like almost like just barely cooked in the middle.
See, we'd make the perfect couple.
There we go.
Besides, there's more edges than middle, so really, it's a numbers game, depending on how you do math.
True. That's true. But I don't think I could eat a whole tray of edges or middle.
I have. I blamed it on being pregnant, but I'm pretty sure I could accomplish the feat not pregnant too.
Do you remember that conversation? You said that the point of entry would be the bigger circle pulled this way, and then I questioned, how could a dog's arc look like this if the teeth went that way?
No, I don't recall that at
Remember
all.
that conversation
No.
we had? Okay. And so, inevitably, when you look at this part of the wound alone, have you expressed an opinion that you're unable on its own to be able to tell whether this was caused by a dog?
Which part of the wound?
Taking any of these, taking this alone, you would not be able to say that was from a dog bite.
That is correct. In and of themselves, they're not that specific or characteristic. However, as a group, they are highly characteristic of a dog
So if
injury.
Mr. O'Keefe's arm only had this wound and nothing else, by virtue of what you're telling us, you would not be able to offer an opinion that this was consistent with a dog bite.
That very first wound
Yes.
up there, closest, I agree. Yes.
In fact, you've testified about this very issue before. If this was the only wound on Mr. O'Keefe, number two, you would not be able to say that the injury is consistent with a dog bite.
Correct.
I'm going to go through all of these just so we're clear. Same thing with number three. You've provided opinions on this before. If you look at this wound alone, in isolation, you would not be able to say that it came from a dog bite.
Correct.
Four, pardon me. Yeah,
Do you
four,
remember the shrubs that are right
same.
in front
Looking
of
at
the
the wound
door?
alone, you would not be able to say it came from a dog bite.
Correct.
Same for five and same for
So
six.
on
Correct.
32
Now, when you
or
testify-
34 Fairview, you've got those big shrubs and then a lot of shrubs going around or by the house, I think, toward the garage, that second door. Now, I know she says it looks like dogs, but having no spatial awareness and shrubs near my door before, that also looks like if you are maybe stumbly, maybe a bit drunk, and you fall into some bushes.
Yeah.
I mean, I still
Sounds
think that the
like-
dog fits the most, but it does. Brennan does make a point that they do make sense as dog with all the pattern. But I was trying to think of other things that could cause those pattern, given what I know about what happened that evening allegedly. Sorry, I was just taking a detour in my brain.
Oh. These?
Yeah, because those some bitches, if they're pruned really well, but there's dead bushes or branches in them, you can.
Oh, yeah.
To be fair,
Like in
I
the
have
middle, if
fallen
you
a
fall?
lot and always while sober, so it's never a fun story. But that's what my arm can look like when I fall on into the bushes in front of my house.
Yeah. I could see that.
It's still not a tail light. I mean, regardless of
Oh, please,
all of
Danny.
well,
You get
well,
home
you know,
injuries.
I am
From
style,
Boeing.
I am grace, I will fall right on my face.
From a dog bite.
Correct.
Same for five and same for six.
Correct.
Now, when you testified before your recent testimony, you never had that qualification. When you came into court, you were saying that when you looked at these wounds individually,
I
you were
live in
saying that
rural
you could
Indiana. You can't tell
identify it
what's
as a
in
dog bite.
well, what's in
I
my front
disagree
yard.
with that characterization.
Number two, what caused this wound, Dr. Russell?
Number two, I believe that was dog bite or scratch, but mostly I believe dog bite. And because
You guys are right
there
about
are-
the bushes and
there's
there'd be leaves.
a punctate, little tiny, pinpoint almost.
Yeah, like in the winter.
Well, aren't those evergreens?
Yeah, but they get like dead and
I was just throwing out something because I know we've all been, look, it was just one of those side quests that my brain went and I just put it outside into the world.
This is the worst dad joke here. Last night I made a website for orphans. It doesn't have a homepage.
I shouldn't be laughing.
It's a good one though.
Okay, I like this, Brandon. Those jokes I can deal with. The other ones where we, might nuke Baker's channel without trying are the ones I get a little kerfuffled with.
Right.
Lesion there, which could represent bottom teeth.
Okay, so you're using words like could, and we're talking about a reasonable degree of medical certainty. So when you look at this wound here, you said that you are
could
sure
have a
or not
tumor
sure
of
what caused this wound.
but
I'm saying that individually, that wound, that's absolutely, that's correct. I'm not sure individually what that wound was caused by. However, again, as I mentioned earlier, the overall pattern of wounds is what I am convinced of.
I want to go through each of these wounds separately so we understand what you actually recognize with your methodology and what you don't. So looking at wound number 2, based on whatever methodology you've been using, are there any signs, indicators, objective criteria you can look at and tell us this is or is not a dog bite based on this methodology you have?
There are some characteristics that are suggestive of a dog bite or dog claw, including the fact that there are parallel lesions, and many of these, overall, by the way, parallel lesions are in the same general direction. So there are parallel lesions, and here they're associated with some punctate or point-like other abrasions right here. So they're consistent with being inflicted by a dog.
I appreciate you using some medical terms to describe this, but my question is more pointed. Is there anything about your methodology, something that stands out about these wounds, that you can say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these are consistent with a dog either biting or scratching?
These wounds all by themselves, not to a medical degree of certainty, no.
You said on this first wound, you thought this was from the canines. Those are the big upper teeth is what you're claiming, right?
Yes.
And you're saying today, anyways, starts here at the bottom and goes up. Is that
No.
your position today?
That's
No,
not what I
she's been
said. I said
saying
the
it.
exact opposite.
So it starts here and comes down.
Correct.
Okay. And these 2 scratches, they're linear, just like these are linear, aren't they?
Yes.
But you have a problem with these because if these are the canines, you see the spacing there?
Uh-huh.
This is nowhere close, is it?
I didn't say that these were caused by canines. And spacing also, there's reasons why their spacing can be different.
Well, we can talk about that in a second. Are you suggesting that these exact, well, not exact, these
No,
2
it's
linear
not
abrasions, just like 1 and 2, are you suggesting the canines caused these?
I don't know what caused those, which teeth caused those, or which nails caused those.
When you testified last year on June 18th, you said that this was either teeth or claws. Can you give us any development of your opinions, whether or not you think that is teeth or claws?
Excuse me? No, well, I couldn't hear to the fan.
When you testified on June 18th, you said wound number 2, the top 2 linear abrasions, you believe are either
slow
teeth
your
or claws.
effing roll,
You shared with
Hank.
us now you have
Yeah,
improved
right.
your study and have new opinions. Do you have a clear opinion whether this is teeth or claws?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm trying to
Do
put
you have
my
an opinion
glasses
whether
on to
this is
see who
teeth
gave
or
Hank
claws,
audacity
or not something
today.
totally different than a dog?
I believe they are teeth or claws caused.
When you testified at trial and in that hearing that they were teeth or claws, you changed that opinion as well at the most recent hearings, didn't you?
I'm going to object to the worded use that's been done before.
Mr. Brennan, word it differently.
Sorry?
Word it differently.
Okay. Did you testify at a more recent hearing that teeth made these, not teeth or claws, but teeth?
I may have, and I would like to see that.
May I
Can you
approach?
just hold one second? Could you please turn the fan off, Tom? Joyce, is it okay if we turn the fan off so we can hear better? Thank you very much, Officer Blow.
May I approach?
Yes.
From your December hearing, page 100, line 5, when you were asked about that second wound in December, and I asked whether you changed your opinion from teeth or claws to just teeth, weren't you asked specifically about that on page 100, line 5? Sure, I'll read it with you.
Okay. I said, I'm not sure on the second set. So this is the set just above the elbow.
I'm not sure exactly what teeth made these. They could, one of them could, one set of these could be canine, one part of this, and then adjacent in scissor tooth. But I'm not sure on the second set, so this is the set just above the elbow.
Yeah, I think the first part of that paragraph is talking about the first set
Yes.
up there close to the shoulder, and then the sentence, but I'm not sure on the second set, so this is the set that's just above the elbow. I said I'm not sure.
And then, sorry,
Go ahead.
Are you done?
Oh. Yeah, actually, I did make another comment. However, what is interesting and certain is that there's an upper set and a lower set. So this mark was an upper tooth. This is a lower tooth. What I was referring to is this mark here and that mark, and then this mark here and this mark here. So it appears that this is from upper and these are from lower. That's what I was referring to.
And so when you
Yeah.
first described
Again,
this
this is
wound
not proving what he thinks
as
it's
teeth?
proving.
or claws, at the most recent hearing,
Now, I do think Hank would have an argument if he kind of postulated what I had earlier. Again, if he said, okay, if I give you another scenario and you have all the same information with this particular body, except there was no dog present, what would you say those were from? Because I think there would be an interesting, I do think she had a bit of confirmation bias, but I think it was warranted given all the facts in this case. You knew there was a dog, you knew there's a dog that has a history of biting, you knew it was not friendly. So I think there were a lot of reasons for her to evaluate, but nowhere in her evaluations does she say, I went in to prove these were dog bites. And I think that's what Brennan's alluding to, but I don't think he's getting it with her. And he can go through all the testimony, but it is fundamentally the same every time.
Right.
And why hasn't he asked the very fundamental question of, well, how could you tell these weren't from a tail light? It's a very simple question to ask. If I were to postulate that these were from a tail light, why do you disagree with that? And I'm guessing Alessi's going to ask that.
Well, he doesn't want that answer.
Well, no, I know he doesn't, but he's also wasting our time and annoying me.
Oh, yeah.
And yelling at Dr. Meemaw.
Yeah.
and so when you first described this wound as teeth or claws, at the most recent hearing, you had a certain opinion that this was teeth, didn't you?
Yes, I was leaning towards teeth. Correct.
Well, it didn't seem like you were leaning. You said these were from the upper teeth.
Yes.
You said it matter-of-factly, not with any qualification. Your claim at the last hearing is this was from teeth.
That's what I believe.
And today, you're saying you don't know if these were teeth or claws.
Not with 100% certainty.
You didn't qualify 100% certainty. You were asked your opinion, Dr. Russell. You
Yes.
were asked, what do you think? And you didn't say with 100% certainty. Your claim, the first time you testified, teeth or claws. Recently, you said teeth, and now you're saying you're not sure.
No, I'm saying I believe that those marks are from teeth, but I'm not 100% certain.
Suffice to say, looking at wound 2 alone, you cannot say this was caused by a dog.
In and of itself, no.
He's asking these questions like so nitpicky and not
What tooth do you think caused this wound?
getting anywhere.
I don't know.
Do you think this in any way could be caused by dog teeth if you're claiming that this is dog teeth?
Excuse me?
Do you think there's any way these two
he
could be caused by
stupid?
dog teeth if you're saying that these two were caused by dog teeth?
Yes, it could
Not a
be,
single
but I
bite.
don't know which teeth. And I don't know the extent of the bite, how much impact there was, and how much pressure, how much contact there was between the teeth and the skin.
The canines are the longer teeth in a dog's mouth, aren't they?
They are.
And when a dog bites, it's very common for the canines to puncture, isn't it?
It's common if there's enough force, and it's common that you might have two canines if the strike is perpendicular to the skin. But if you have a tangential strike, a partial strike where only part of the teeth impact, you'll get different configurations.
Look at the spacing, Dr. Russell.
Did you say strike or strike?
Strike with a K.
Look at the spacing, Dr. Russell. A dog causing these wounds, the canines are not going to have such a dramatic distance between them because
Those are
dog
different
canines
bites,
don't
you
move, do
absolute
they?
jack. Oh
They
my
don't,
God,
and I'm not claiming that these two parallel stripes in this case, or abrasions here, I'm not claiming that those two were
has
caused by
this
canines.
monumental
You
moron
think a
thought
dog
that that
is
was
going
the
to leave a
entire
wound with
jaw the
linear
entire
abrasions using
time?
its incisors as opposed to its...
What was that?
So this monumental moron thought that the two small parallel lines were one side of the mouth and then the other two were the other two canines, rather than these being two distinctive injuries. So like the one closer to his shoulder, that to me looks like the two upper canine parts, and that's one bite. And then there was either the two little parallel ones by his elbow could either have been, paws, claws, or another attempted bite. He's been thinking that whole bit is the jaw. 'Cause he's stupid.
Yeah, I think like he's expecting them all to match. Like the dog bites perfectly each time. He's
Oh my God.
stupid.
Dog is going to leave a wound with linear abrasions using its incisors as opposed to its canines. Is that your opinion?
It's possible if that's the only part of the mouth or the jaw that actually touched the skin, if it didn't go back as far as the canines.
Did you ever look at the underside of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I
The
did.
posterior side?
Excuse me, pictures, yes.
Yeah. And when you looked at the photographs of the posterior side of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you find anything conspicuously absent from underneath his arm?
Well, first of all, let me clarify. Part of this is the posterior aspect of the arm. So are you asking me,
Yeah.
did I look at the underside of the arm, the fleshy part
That's
of the
exactly what
arm?
I'm asking. It's a question I've asked before. When you look at the other side of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you notice anything conspicuously absent?
Yes, there's an absence of wounds.
When a dog bites, I don't care if it's a law enforcement dog or a domestic dog, you know it's like a lever, a dog's mouth, isn't it?
It can be if both jaws strike the skin. However, there are many times when only the upper jaw strikes the skin.
The lower jaw is a
Yeah,
lever,
when
locks, and that's
Friberto
part of
used to
the
bite,
clamping and pulling process of a dog, whether it's a law
he
enforcement
didn't really
dog
wanna,
or a domestic dog. You know
hurt
that,
people.
don't you?
He wanted to.
I know that they are.
Yeah. Like you think of a puppy, they just kind of grasp at whatever.
Not to mention, what he's not grasping is that arms are movable, especially if you have bingo wings like me. But it's easy for a dog to get what would look like the front aspect of your arm, but actually it be towards the back because your skin is movable, which is again why it's going to be so incredibly hard to have a quantitative analysis of dog bites, because flesh, bones, skin, well, not so much bones, but your skin relative to your bones and tendons move, but in sort of a medically understood way. Such a butthole. I hate him so much. And is he still talking in the future? Or did we get to Alessi yet? No,
I
damn.
think we're getting to Alessi soon.
Future us are still screwed
Like
for 4
at
minutes.
least 10 minutes.
Attached.
Damn.
Your claim is that there's many, many different dog bites on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. Are you suggesting, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that these are a number of different dog strikes, and coincidentally, every single one of them lacks any wound to the underside of his arm?
Yes.
Your claim is that a dog penetrated the sweater on the top, but the lower jaw did not leave any wounds?
I'm claiming that that's not what I'm claiming. No. As I mentioned earlier, these could be from lower jaw. Those right there.
You're saying could be.
Could be.
That's speculation. We're asking you for your medical opinions. Your medical opinions. Do you have any evidence that the dog's
Medical
lower
opinions
jaw,
are
you said maybe
speculations.
upper, maybe, that the lower jaw, even just once in this whole event, penetrated Mr. O'Keefe's skin?
No, nothing penetrated the skin. There was no actual penetration of the skin. These are abrasions. But yes, I believe that these small marks right here, punctate marks, may be the result of lower jaw impact.
Rather than deal in speculation and maybes, can you tell us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not this was caused by a tooth?
Yes, Your Honor.
We're going to strike the first part. Why don't you ask the other?
Can you tell us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this superficial abrasion, can you put that back up please, was caused by a dog?
In and of itself, that part only, no.
Can you tell us anywhere on Mr. O'Keefe's arm to a reasonable degree of medical certainty where the lower jaw impacted Mr. O'Keefe to leave even a scratch?
If it got the clothes, it wouldn't
Not with a
show
reasonable
up.
degree of medical certainty on individual wounds.
And not just individual wounds, I'm talking specifically the lower jaw. Can you point to one wound, one abrasion on that arm where you can say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty the lower jaw caused any of those abrasions?
I believe there are several areas where there's impact from the lower jaw. However, I cannot say with reasonable degree of medical certainty that part only.
Let's look at number 3 to move along. When you first talked about these wounds, again, is it fair to say that you described that it could have either been teeth or claw?
I'd have to see it.
Okay, I'll bring it to you. You don't remember that testimony?
I remember, again, I've been here many times, so I want to be
Well, do you have the
Specific.
opinion today? I'm getting the transcript for you, Dr. Russell.
Thank you.
Do you have the opinion today that that those were either teeth or claws?
Yes.
What's your opinion today?
Well, I think that most likely they are from teeth marks.
So, rather than most likely, we deal with reasonable degree of medical certainty. To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, can you give us an opinion regarding the cause of those marks?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'll strike the comment.
Can you tell us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether these wounds were caused by teeth or claws?
Individually, no.
Did you ever change your mind about the source of these abrasions?
Can you be more
Did
specific?
you ever claim that any of these abrasions were from upper or lower teeth?
I don't recall changing my mind.
You don't recall if you've ever said that? Let's separate these bottom wounds. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether these were caused by teeth or claws?
I have an opinion.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
No.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether these were caused by either a dog teeth or dog claws?
I have an opinion.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Individually, no.
I like how she's answering this way. I think, again, what bothers me about Hank's
The
experts
one near the wrist, you had testified
is that
yesterday.
they were able
there's lines
to
in what you believe to be an
answer
arc,
all
correct?
of these with all the vagaries
Yes, they have a
in their
general
reports.
overall appearance of an arc.
If there
Yeah. And he's trying to get something that he's not going to get.
No, and I think, again, I really don't think that this is working out the way he intended because, again, despite that little fumble where she talked to Alessi, I think that she's been very consistent, and he's the one that's showing his ass. That being said, I'm sure the antis are saying that he's really given her the business and he's showing her in this dumb conspiracity theory.
Right.
there's an arc and there's two linear abrasions on the outside borders, wouldn't these necessarily have to be the outside borders from canine teeth?
Not necessarily.
They're longer than the middle ones, aren't they?
The abrasions are, but doesn't mean the teeth are.
If this was an arc, like you
Wait a
claim,
minute.
you
Hank,
think
you're
different
actually
teeth other
pointing out
than
more dog-like
the
features to
canines could
me.
have caused the outside.
So Hank is going out of his way to say, "Hey, doesn't this really does kind of look like a dog bite, don't it? I mean, kind of for cereal." I mean, honestly, it does kind of look like that or like a fork fight. Don't ask me how I know that boys will do sword fights with forks if left alone to set the table.
Does kind of look like a fork fight.
Again,
Ugh.
things I didn't know about until I had boys.
But probably wouldn't have as much bruising because less force. But maybe.
There have been various fork wounds, but none serious enough to go to the ER and explain how said fork wounds happened. So, parenting win.
Yeah.
Scratches.
It's possible.
And you do note the distance between the top and bottom of those wounds compared to the distance in number 2 and the distance in number 1.
I see the difference, yes.
And you have to concede, Dr. Russell, that the same set of teeth, the same canines, could not reasonably have caused this wound, and this wound, given the distance between the inside and outside.
The top
First of all,
one
not
and the
cer-
bottom
I-
one
I'm
very
not
much
certain that these
could
are-
be. So sizing wise, just looking at it and not having a measurement, the uppermost wound and the lower or lowest wound, so the top and the bottom, both look very similar in size and almost with the two outer or larger outlines and then the fainter in the middle. Sir, are you proving that this is a dog bite? Now, where?
I don't know.
All canines, as I mentioned earlier. Secondly, you have to take into account that skin is elastic. It bends, it depresses. So you could have two prongs, for instance, of a pitchfork, for instance, just as an example, impact the skin in different places, and the measurement between the two can be slightly different depending on the elasticity of the skin and the underlying structures.
This is not a slight difference, Dr. Russell, is it?
Again,
Objection, Your Honor.
So there was a question of that, so I'm going to let that.
Again, Dr. Russell, the distance here, it's not insignificant, is it?
Mr. Brennan, I already mentioned that I did not think that these were caused by two canine teeth.
And the distance between these two, have you measured them?
I approximated them, yes.
What
And
did you come up with?
visually, and I can see that there's a difference.
What was your measurement for this one?
I think about 4 centimeters, and this was a little bit more.
Did you note that in
Sir,
the report?
she's been
No, I
practicing
did not.
medicine longer than you've been
Did you actually take out
alive.
a ruler, measure them, and document them as you study these wounds?
She's
Did you
going
go
to
through that process?
titrate your Halidol at the wrong dose.
Dude, I just want to slap him.
He is. I don't want to keep pausing because I know Baker doesn't, and I always tend to shoot off at the mouth with Hank because he just pisses me off. He is willfully not understanding this. And if you've been a pathologist for, let's see, since 1980, for damn near 40 years, you're going to be able to guesstimate, this. It's like when I'm cooking tater tot casserole, I no longer have to measure anything because I know what needs to go in there and I can eyeball it. Do I wish she had used a ruler and possibly have it in her report? Yes.
But
this-
she doesn't have the actual body.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, because if she had measured from a photo, he would have said, well, you didn't have the real body. Are you calibrated?
Yeah, exactly. There's no winning.
Nope.
Process during your methodology.
No, because this is an image, and there's no scale in this image as to how far away
Very good
different
answer.
points are. So my own measurement would not be accurate because there's no scale in the picture.
Why did you go through the process of measuring them if you're now saying that it's inaccurate after I asked you if you memorialized it? Why would you even do it if you're now saying it was inaccurate?
It was an approximate measurement in my mind.
In your mind?
Yeah.
Okay, but you never put it on a piece of paper, report, notes?
That's correct.
Why would you even go through the process if you're looking at it and your explanation is, it's only a photo, I wouldn't be able to tell? Why would you even try to?
I think probably everybody in this room has already done the same thing.
And if anybody in this room did the same thing, it would be quite obvious, doctor, that the gaps
You're
between 1,
insufferable.
2, and 5 are dramatically different from each other, aren't they?
They are. However, I'm not saying the same exact teeth caused those marks.
When you testified yesterday, you used the term differential diagnosis. I want to ask you a lot of questions about differential diagnosis. Do you remember using that
Oh
term?
God, not
Yes.
a lot of
And
questions.
differential diagnosis was really just a way for you to try to get your opinion to the jury that these injuries were not consistent with a car accident. That's what a fancy way of doing it is, right?
No, it was a method I used.
Differential diagnosis, you are claiming that you can say this is not from a car accident or a car collision. That's what you're trying to say, aren't you?
That was the result of my differential diagnosis and my pattern recognition
So if you're-
methodologies.
If you're going to exclude a cause of the injury, in this case, a collision, you have to know a little bit about collisions, don't you?
Yes, I don't know how to answer that.
Well, try.
Can you be more specific?
If you're going to
Less
say that
insufferable.
these superficial abrasions could not have been caused by a car collision, you kind of have to understand a little bit about the mechanics of a car collision, don't you?
Actually, I disagree. However, I've treated thousands of victims of motor vehicle accidents and have seen the wound patterns
Brendan,
that they
you
come into the
walked right
emergency
into
room
that.
with, and that forms a basis for me.
Do you really think?
I'm sorry, can you finish?
Did you finish that answer, Dr.?
No.
Did I cut you off?
I believe so.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please continue.
No, and the thousands of victims of motor vehicle accidents, I've looked at their wounds, I've treated their wounds, cleaned their wounds, touched their wounds, and that is what I use as a basis, part of my basis to determine that these were not caused or not consistent with a motor vehicle accident.
When you first gave that opinion that it wasn't consistent with the motor vehicle accident, it's fair to say you didn't have a lot of information at that time when you first came in and said that, correct?
Specific to this case,
Yes. Yes.
I didn't have a lot of information, that's correct.
Okay. And so, in order to rule out a collision causing these wounds, let me ask you, are you an accident reconstruction expert?
Go.
Reconstruction? No.
Did you ever go to any academy for training to receive any type of degree or certificates in car collisions?
Certificates?
Actually, I did receive a certificate in hit and run accident investigation from the Massachusetts Criminal Justice Training Council when I was a police officer.
Do you agree that what training you did have was rudimentary?
It probably was, yes.
Well, not probably.
Well,
You've used that word before.
like
Wouldn't you
Trooper
say
Paul?
that any training you have had has been rudimentary?
I mean, did she say math
In
and
terms
stuff?
of
Accident-
accident
Yes.
investigation, yes.
Have you ever testified as an expert anywhere in accident reconstruction?
No.
Do you know what ACTAR is?
ACTAR?
Yes.
No.
It's a certification group for collision specialists, accident
But
reconstructionists.
she's
Is it
not
fair to say
a
that you're not
collision
ACTAR qualified?
specialist.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Are you ACTAR qualified?
No, and I don't know any physicians that are.
Have you ever gone to a scene of a car collision and done an investigation and written a report and reached a conclusion about the cause of
Yours?
the car collision and the injuries that were related to that car collision?
No, that's outside my scope.
It's beyond your expertise.
Beyond the expertise of a physician, yes.
Right. Yet, yesterday, you offered the jury your opinion that these wounds were not consistent with a car collision. Did you offer that opinion yesterday?
Wounds are in my area of expertise. So yes, I am very comfortable talking about wounds from a variety of sources, including motor vehicle accidents.
I'm sorry, I didn't want the siren to interrupt you.
Okay. Yeah, wounds are definitely within my area of expertise.
When you considered your opinion to this jury that this was not caused by a car collision, do you know what type of vehicle is in question?
Yes.
Have you ever studied the vehicle to look at the make, model, the height of different things like the bumper, perhaps the taillight? Have you ever studied that in this case?
I'm aware of some of those factors,
Have you
yes.
studied that before you
Studied.
gave this opinion? Yes. Did you go and actually look at the photos, do any measurements
He
before you
still
came
has
up
the
with this
really
opinion?
dark strip right
Not
here.
before I came up with the opinion, no.
Did you ever look at the damage to the rear taillight of the defendant's vehicle and see if it was in similar or the same height of Mr. O'Keefe if he was standing up? Did you ever do that?
I have looked at
And when
photographs.
you looked at the photos, did you see that a 6'1" man like Mr. O'Keefe, if he stood, his elbow would be the exact height of Ms. Reed's broken taillight? Did you notice that?
I noticed that there was a similar, that the height would be similar. The height of the elbow and the taillight, yes.
Did you look at photographs of Ms. Reed's broken taillight and see if where the break was corresponded closely or directly to the same height as Mr. O'Keefe's elbow and forearm?
I did.
And did you see that it matched up height-wise perfectly?
Close, yes.
Close.
You have really no, respectfully, comprehension about the details of the car collision in this case, do you?
I have some understanding of the allegations of a possible collision.
Do you know how slowly or fastly Ms. Reed's Lexus was traveling
Fastly?
on January 29,
Fastly?
2022 at about 12:32 a.m., right around the time that you think these wounds happened?
I have some knowledge of the alleged speed at the time of the alleged collision.
Do you have any knowledge about the surroundings, the outside, whether the ground was soft or frozen?
I understand that there was snow on the ground.
How much snow do you understand was on the ground when Mr. O'Keefe's body first landed on that ground?
Several
Track a
inches.
cat.
Where did you get the information that there were several inches of snow on the ground when Mr. O'Keefe landed?
You asked me when?
Where did you get that information from?
A report that I read.
Have you ever seen the videos or the reports that when Mr. O'Keefe was moved from the ground,
It's
there was grass and
changed,
dirt under
Hank.
him?
Yes, I saw a
You
picture.
weren't there.
Not 2 inches of snow. The ground, the cold, hard ground. Did you see anything that said that?
Yes, I saw an area of grass
Have you
in
ever
the
looked
picture.
at, have you ever looked at Mr. O'Keefe's pants to see if there was any dirt or grass stains on the back of them?
I've seen pictures.
Did you realize when
Hank,
you
you
were forming
can't
your
have it
opinions
both
about
ways.
the source or the genesis
Either
of the...
it's permafrozen and there would be no grass stains, no dirt transfer because it would all be frozen solid, which would make it like concrete, or it was soft enough to stain his pants.
Right. Thank you, Brandon. Someone is bothering me for not having a good comeback to fall yesterday. If you want that, I'll have to get it off your mom's teeth. Oh, goodness gracious. Have at it, man. She probably needs it.
Jen Davis, thank you for the super chat. Your first impression is is right more often than not. Probably.
Yeah.
cause of these abrasions, did you look at his pants and study whether or not he landed on snow or landed on the hard ground?
I did not see any evidence of grass on the pants.
Did you ever actually look at
I
the
don't. I
pants?
don't know if I looked at the pants. to
When you
tell
say you
the
didn't
truth.
see any evidence, are you saying you didn't look, or you looked and you didn't see anything?
I looked at pictures of the clothing that was available at the hospital.
Did you look at anything about the pant photographs, the actual pants themselves? Did you look at them?
I looked at the pictures that were available at the hospital of his clothing that was on the floor.
Were part of the photographs that were available for your review and your conclusions of differential diagnosis, was part of that evidence photographs of the back of his pants?
I don't recall.
If you're going to make an opinion about something outside your expertise, that this was not consistent with a collision, wouldn't you want to see as much information as
So
possible?
let's, yes, we'll come to side items tomorrow.
He's comparing apples to oranges. She wasn't brought in specifically to discuss anything that he did with the car. But Dr. Welcher, who is not a medical doctor but a biomechanic expert, was able to opine on wounds and where they came from. So I don't believe he's allowed to, do that. And she could also just say, well, yes, I did look at the pants, but I also was aware that they had, been on a hospital floor and also sat in a car for 10 hours while wet. So,
Right.
I am looking at certain pieces of evidence. I was called in to talk about this. While I have a cursory knowledge of that, this is what I was called in for. But I think she's holding her own. I know I'm biased. I'm trying to look at it objectively. And every time I noted when he would bring her script up, the answers would not change. In fact, she would read them verbatim and say, yeah, that's what I said. Now, if you're anti, you might say, oh, well, she's always lying and changing, her transcript. That being said, I don't think Brennan's doing as well as he thinks he's doing.
For sure.
Dr. Russell, before you gave your opinion to this jury, suggesting that Mr. O'Keefe's wounds on his arm were not caused by an impact with a motor vehicle, did you go to the scene of 34 Fairview and look around in the corner of the yard?
I did not need to.
Did you?
No.
Did you look at photographs to see if you could identify the land, the dirt, whether it was flat and smooth, or whether it was bumpy, whether there was
Could
rocks
you
or debris
paint
in
with
that
all
area?
the colors of the
Yes.
wind?
And you went there and looked at it?
No, you asked me if I looked at photographs.
When you looked at photographs, did they show whether that ground had any bumps or divots or rocks?
It showed that there was a little bit of a hill in that area.
Could you tell from the photos, were they close enough so that you could see what the makeup of the ground was?
No, most of the ground was covered with snow.
Did you know that there were bushes right near the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found? Bushes with branches. Did you know that?
Not very close, no.
Did you see
What
the
in the
bushes in the
fever dream
photographs
is
near where
him
Mr.
taking my
O'Keefe
argument
lay?
of vagary?
Right where he laid, no.
How about next to him on
Maybe.
the left? Did you see those bushes?
There was some other stuff there in the photograph, but the photographs I looked at were not of excellent quality.
Do you have any understanding or information you can share with us the angle of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time of any impact with a motor vehicle?
I don't see any medical evidence that there was impact with the vehicle.
Do you know Mr. O'Keefe had other injuries other than just the superficial abrasions on his arm?
Yes, but no significant injuries below the neck.
How about on the head? Was there a significant injury?
Oh, yes.
When you considered excluding car collision as a source of those wounds, did you consider in your history that you've seen, or have you seen, let me strike that, have you seen in your history multiple victims of a car collision where
Many.
they were
Sorry.
hit by the same car?
Probably, but I can't recall a specific case.
Would you agree with me if a car ran into a group of people and caused a number of injuries, those injuries to different people could vary wildly from one to another?
Yes.
Even if the car was going at the same speed and ran into a group of people, those injuries could be totally
Okay,
dissimilar from
I
one
was
another,
wondering
couldn't
where he
they?
was going
Yes.
with this.
Some person, unfortunately, could be killed if the car was going fast enough and hit them the right way. Yes?
Yes.
Another person could have a less severe injury, maybe a broken bone.
Yes.
Another person in the same exact collision could have scratches.
Yes.
In fact, there are cases, I'm sure you've studied, where people have been hit by cars, thrown airborne, and had no wounds on them at all. Have you seen that?
Could you repeat that?
Are the instances that you have considered where a person is hit by an automobile, actually thrown, removed from the ground, thrown in the air, and gets up unscathed with no injury at all?
No significant injuries. Correct.
So a car collision can cause wildly different injuries depending on many, many unpredictable factors. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes.
When a vehicle's involved, have you ever been involved in treating patients that receive injuries from broken plastic or broken glass in a car?
Yes, many times.
And when you've seen them, have those injuries differed on a person as far as cuts and abrasions from glass or broken plastic?
Yes.
When you were considering excluding car impact or collision as a source of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, did you consider whether or not Mr. O'Keefe could have been struck on the side of the car in a clip-type event rather than being run over?
Yes, I considered multiple scenarios.
Had you, or do you agree that injuries from a side swipe or from a clip could be much, much different than a full rear or front impact being run over?
They could be.
Did you do any study in this case when you were thinking about excluding the car collision or impact as the source of Mr. O'Keefe's abrasions about what his body posture was, how he may have hit a motor vehicle? Did you consider that?
I considered several scenarios,
And when you-
several different positions.
And when you considered that, what did you conclude as far as Mr. O'Keefe's body movement at the time of any potential impact?
Oh, first of all, I didn't see any medical evidence that there was an impact. There were no significant injuries from the neck down, no fractures, no bruise, no internal injuries, no lacerated organs, no collections of fluid in the lung cavities, the abdominal cavity, no significant injuries from the neck down, and so yes, I used that and tried to put that in a scenario of his various positions. What could he have been standing, kneeling, sitting, lying down on the ground? I did all that.
You were a police officer before you went to medical school, weren't you?
Yes.
You had arrived at scenes of many, many car collisions, hadn't you?
Yes.
What is oftentimes left behind after a car collides with an object?
Debris.
Debris field, yes? Did you look at the debris field in this case?
No.
In the cases that you went to wherever you saw car collisions, some of the debris that you would find could be broken glass or broken plastic. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes.
And when you went to those scenes, you would often find broken glass or broken plastic in a debris field near where the victim was found or laying. Isn't that fair to say?
The debris field would be usually near the collision, if there was a collision impact.
And when you were considering excluding car impact or collision in this case, did you take a look at the entire debris field to determine how close or far it was from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I couldn't tell on
Did you
the
ask any
photographs.
question? I'm sorry, please finish.
I couldn't tell from the photographs.
And before you came to your conclusions, did you ask anybody for any more information so that you could make a fair assessment of that information?
She wasn't assessing
injuries
whether he was
here
in a car
were-
crash.
So characteristic
On
that,
those
and they were so
foundational things.
parallel to one another that I couldn't even imagine pieces of glass or plastic or even metal lining up to cause those injuries, lining up in a certain fashion to cause those regular striations.
Rather than imagining, did
How do you get a witness to state that in her years and years of experience that she could not in her mind imagine how a taillight could have done this? And she's been in trauma 1 centers with multiple, man versus car. Hank, those questions you asking, I don't think they're doing what you think they're doing. And
Yeah. And she would probably laugh at the blue paint experiment.
well, and the fact he's also trying to bring in, she was asked in to be an expert on these wound patterns. While this does go to her experience with all of this, he's apples and oranging it. She wasn't asked to do an accident reconstruction. She was asked to look at the wounds and see if they lined up with anything that she's seen in both motor vehicle accidents, but also dog bites. I
Yeah.
just hate him so much and can't wait for him to be done with this woman.
Fashion to cause those regular striations.
rather than imagining, did you make any effort to actually see information so
Show the
you
blue
could
paint
identify
video.
and evaluate the debris field around Mr. O'Keefe's body that morning?
I did not.
Have you ever, as a police officer looking into car collisions, ever hear of the term knocked out of one's shoes?
Not as a police officer.
Have you ever heard of that as a medical expert?
I've heard of it as a civilian, yes. Not as a medical expert.
Could I have Exhibit 74B, please? In your study, before you gave an opinion excluding an impact or a collision as the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's abrasions on his arm, were you aware of this photograph where Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker was found on the side of the road?
I am aware that that there was one shoe off, correct.
Were you aware that it was wedged right up against the curb? Were you aware of that?
I'm aware, I have been aware of that, yes.
And when you came to your conclusion that you offered that the injuries are not consistent with a impact or car collision, was this photograph part of your consideration?
No.
Could I have Exhibit 99D, please? In your study to give an ultimate opinion, where you suggest that a car collision or impact was not the source of Mr. O'Keefe's arm injuries, were you aware of this photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's hat found at the bottom of the snow in the corner of that yard?
No.
Do you see underneath that hat, there was not 2 inches of snow, it looks like dirt and grass?
Yes.
When you gave the opinion that he
can't
was
have
on
it
2
both
inches
ways.
of snow,
Either Jen
would it be
McCabe
important to know
saw,
whether or not he fell directly on the hard ground or on snow?
Cars, tire swivels, or there was no snow.
It could be important, however, it could be. If the ground was frozen, if it wasn't frozen, it could matter a little bit.
Exhibit 73, please. When you were reaching your conclusions, you said you considered some of the debris field. Did you see this photograph of a piece of taillight that matches the defendant's taillight of her SUV? Did you consider this piece of evidence that was found in the debris field?
Not specifically.
76A, please. Same question. Did you consider this piece of the debris field when you were coming to your conclusions that you offered us yesterday?
I considered that there would be several pieces of metal, plastic, or glass at the scene.
Did you consider this picture of plastic from the defendant's rear taillight found at that scene? Did you consider that before you gave your opinion to the jury?
No.
In the foundation of your opinion that a collision or impact did not cause Mr. O'Keefe's wounds on his arm, was it important for you to determine whether or not the taillight to the defendant's Lexus was broken early that morning?
I think there needs to be more to the question.
Okay. When you were considering potential causes of injuries, did you know that the defendant's Lexus rear right taillight was broken in missing pieces?
Yes.
Was it important to time when that taillight was broken?
What do you mean by time?
You understand that Mr. O'Keefe was found on January 29th, 2022, yes?
Yes.
Early morning hours.
Yes.
When you were making your differential diagnosis, was it important for you to learn whether around that time the defendant's taillight was broken?
It was important to know. I still don't understand the question. I'm having trouble
Okay.
understanding the
It's my
question.
fault. I'll try to ask it a different way. You were considering as much facts and information as you could to give a solid opinion in front of this jury, weren't you?
Yes.
And you ultimately have offered an opinion that the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arm are not consistent with an impact or a collision with a vehicle, yes?
That's correct.
You know the vehicle in question in this case is the defendant's vehicle, her Lexus.
Yes.
And you learned that her right rear taillight was broken and missing pieces, yes?
Yes.
Did you want to know if there was any evidence depicting when that taillight was broken, in considering this conclusion?
Yes.
Did you know that there was video from 5:07 a.m. showing that the defendant's taillight was missing pieces?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Not at the time, but I expected that if there were a collision, that there would be pieces of the car, involved. So it didn't really make any difference.
When you were trying to rule out a collision between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed's vehicle did not cause these injuries, did you want to seek that information about the broken taillight and date and timing?
A broken taillight in and of itself could not cause those injuries. There would have to be multiple projections from the vehicle that were lined up in a certain pattern to give those parallel marks all in the same direction. So, that's why a broken taillight could not have done that.
So in your investigation, you did not want to know when that taillight was broken.
Oh, I did, but for information only.
Did you review the ring video from 5:07 a.m. at Meadows Ave?
Later on, later on in the, not initially when I had the initial records, but later on I did.
Did you have that information before or after you arrived at your opinion?
Oh, after.
So you had already arrived at your opinion, then you received new information, which was that ring video, correct?
And it confirms, yeah.
And then you received more information. Did you receive photographs from a dash cam during a wellness check showing the defendant's Lexus missing pieces of her right rear taillight at about 8:03 a.m. that morning?
Would that be? I'm not sure which video that is.
Well, it's not a video. If we could put up Exhibit 10. It actually was from a video. Did you look at this picture during your differential diagnosis?
I think I've seen that picture before.
And
The
could we have-
the vehicle parked, yes.
Exhibit 11, please. Did you consider this picture in your differential diagnosis?
I don't know that I ever saw this picture.
Seeing this picture, do you see that the right rear taillight is missing pieces?
I can't even see that. Oh, yes, I do see that. But again, these pieces would have to be lined up in a certain configuration in order to cause those wounds.
So seeing this photograph now for the first time, it doesn't in any way shape or change your opinion, does it?
No.
You had, as a police officer, when you're excluding the source, in this case you're saying the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's scratches on his arm could not have been from a collision. Do you listen to witness testimony or do you review witness statements?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that. Do you do that?
As a police officer, in investigating a car accident, is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Did I take witness statements? Yes. Yes.
And do you value the statements as part of your analysis?
I give varying values depending on what I believe to be the veracity of the witness.
Have you listened to the statements of the defendant herself in this case regarding potential impact?
No, what do you mean?
Well, have you seen any statements made by the defendant to any media about potential impact or collision in this case?
Oh, are you referring to what you've asked me previously about, did I hit him or something of that? What do you mean specifically?
Have you seen any of the media statements by the defendant, 2020 Nightline docuseries? Have you seen any of these statements in your analysis of whether or not there was a impact or collision between the defendant and her Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe? Have you seen any of those?
I did see some statements, but that was after I rendered my opinion.
And some of those statements, after you rendered your opinion, did some of those statements come from the defendant herself?
Yes.
And when you listen to those statements, did you hear any of them talk about the idea or issue of collision or impact?
Yes.
And when you listen to those statements after you formed your opinions, did in any way change the analysis of your opinion?
Absolutely not. And I'll tell you why.
Please do.
because the defendant had undergone a very stressful event, finding her loved one in the snow. And so after a stressful event, many people suffer from what's called an acute grief reaction. It's very common. And they do things that seem to be irrational. They ramble. They act bizarrely. They make statements that are irrational, that don't make sense. And they oftentimes tend to blame themselves for whatever has happened. I've seen this many, many, many times in the emergency department.
Does this happen moments after a stressful event?
Oh, yes.
Does it happen months later
Can
when you
you
go on
pause
2020 or
this?
Nightline?
I've never seen that.
So, what Brennan is doing is gross. But I can tell you personally, I don't remember the year after my husband died. I know I was there. I know I took care of my kiddos. I know I got us a house and I went to work. But when I try to have like a clear memory of that year, it's gone. And I can tell you I was probably walking through a cloud of just grief. So this, again, Baker and I have both spoken about it, but if you've been around anyone who's gotten hurt or, died, there's a lot of people that you just do weird things. So again, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Has never been a selling point for me just because of my personal experience. But I still think that the interviews were just the dumbest thing ever.
Yes.
Oh, and no, you guys, I brought it up, so it's not a big thing. I was just more saying that this is exactly common, which is why the whole "did I do it? Did I hit him?" thing has never really factored into the case for me.
And also, she's recalling that time saying, "Did I hit him?"
Yeah.
Not like what he's saying is not, it's taken out of context because he hasn't given that context.
But what a self-owned question, because now you have a doctor who has seen terrible shit in LA during the 80s. So, we've got rooftop people and riots. And she is saying that this is a universal thing. And again, it would be self-serving coming from anyone else. It would be self-serving from the McCabe's, but to have a kind of objective person, this was a terrible question to ask.
It's going to backfire. And opens the door for Alessi.
Yeah.
That situation.
No. Does it happen a year later when you go and speak to documentarians and be interviewed? Is that the same kind of condition you see a year later, year and a half later?
A grief reaction can last years. It usually is very brief, but it can last years.
Now, when you look at the clothes in this case, Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you are aware that those clothes were swabbed for DNA traces, weren't you?
Yes, I'm aware that some of the clothes were swabbed for DNA.
Could we have Exhibit 147B, please? On the right arm, there were a number of different tears in that fabric that you looked at, weren't there?
Yes, there were a number of small round holes in that
You're
fabric.
aware, aren't you, that those holes were swabbed for traces of dog DNA?
Objection, Your Honor. Like approach, please.
Okay, come on up.
Oh, and you guys, I didn't bring it up for... I just wanted to kind of say that, again, personally, that's why I know a lot of people have a lot of hate for Peg. And look, she's a prickly person, but grief can really turn you into an asshole. And I was an asshole for a while, so I can tell you that I'm trying to give her as much of the benefit of the doubt, which is why I don't,
Any of us wanted to do while you're sitting here, so we're going to continue what we're doing, but we will give you the morning recess, so that's it. About a half an hour.
what am I doing?
All rise for the court, please. Those gentlemen, follow me.
I think they're getting their morning break while they do this.
Yeah, also, wasn't pig DNA found?
Oh, I think we're getting an argument. Yes.
Jurors, exit the court, please be seated.
Oh, Madam Court Reporter,
All right,
looking
Mr.
all
Leslie, I'll hear you.
smexy.
Mr. Leslie,
Yes.
I'll hear you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are we getting a mistrial?
Mr. Brennan, can you remove? Oh, okay, it's being removed.
I mean, it'll be denied, but, you know.
You know, I really like that color on Miss Little. I think it looks nice on her.
Thank you, Your Honor. Attorney Brennan, just with regard to Dr. Russell, in open court in front of the jury, used the concept of DNA in this case. He has introduced it and brought it in for the very first time in front of the jury.
Yep.
He has done so intentionally. He intentionally brought up DNA. Based upon that intentional mention, the defense moves strongly, vigorously for a mistrial with prejudice. A mistrial with prejudice. There has been no mention in this trial of DNA with regard to the topic, with regard to what Mr. Brennan has raised. There has been none. Specifically, the prosecution had, in the first
Where's Baker?
trial, had a witness, Terry Kuhn, with regard to DNA.
Does
For
anyone know
whatever
Baker's
reason,
number?
the prosecution
Maybe I
has
can get on the
chosen
Twitch
not
box.
to bring
I'll
that
put it on
witness
all
in
the signals.
who would testify perhaps to DNA. As a result of that strategic decision that the prosecution made, there's been no mention. I want to be very clear. The defense has been incredibly assiduous and meticulous about not mentioning DNA in any fashion, directly or indirectly. With regard to the hoodie shirt and the hole, the only thing that was adduced in direct examination was a mechanical function, simply of Dr. Russell testifying that a dog tooth went in and came out and caused a certain mechanical effect on the yarn. Nothing even close to the mention of
He's mad.
DNA.
He's big mad.
With regard to representations that Attorney Brennan has made, that somehow there was a hearing that we were on notice, it is completely incorrect. Show me the hearing, show me the transcript where that has been discussed. The prosecution has also said, we're going to, or we always intended to bring on rebuttal, Dr. Crosby, who would talk about the supposed absence of DNA, the alleged absence of it. The problem with that of trying to rescue the mistrial that the prosecution has caused with prejudice is that Dr. Crosby could never testify about such a topic, because I would object and object because there would be no foundation, because the prosecution strategically chose not to bring in the foundation whatsoever in this trial. The fact that they did it in another trial, or perhaps did it, is irrelevant to this trial, as Your Honor has admonished several times. What happened, this is a new trial, and whatever happens in the first trial is the first trial. So in conclusion, Your Honor, because of the conduct of the prosecution, and specifically the intentional mention of DNA, the prosecution has put in the jury's mind that topic that is irremediable. That cannot be reversed. That cannot be cured. That cannot be ameliorated with a jury instruction. That cannot be dislodged. The prosecution has to suffer the consequences of its own intentional actions of bringing up that topic. Ms. Reed is entitled, under the Constitution, under the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights, to a fair trial. And what has just happened is antithetical, abhorrent to a fair trial. The only remedy is a mistrial with prejudice.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brennan?
Holy crap.
Holy goodness. Well, I sent on Twitch and
Denied.
Discord.
Inquiring of
Of
Dr.
course.
Russell about the absence of dog DNA is not only proper and permissible, it's essential, and the Commonwealth is entitled on cross-examination to explore theories and facades that the defense creates if there is actual evidence that undermines or contradicts the representations that they.
Whoa.
Did you see this?
Yeah.
I did. Whoa.
Sorry, I was trying to
Just
get it
waking
on
up?
all the things and the bobbles, but
Yeah, I just woke up. I didn't
I
get home
don't
till
type
4:30,
well.
4 o'clock.
I know, that's why we were trying to hold down the fort and,
did.
let
You're
Brandon
good.
lead us
You're
through
good.
his
Brandon's
chats
I
of
wasn't
wisdom.
ready.
He's been a good boy.
Yeah.
I didn't watch. Obviously, I wasn't awake for the whole thing, but I have been watching the last 20 minutes or so, half hour maybe. Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They are trying to
I
portray
wasn't
to
ready
this
yet.
jury. Let's be clear. The defense is on notice that there is no dog DNA in the sweater of John O'Keefe. Let's be clear. The defense is on notice that we were not going to try to disprove all of their varying theories in our case in chief, but if they were going to propose theories that we thought were unsubstantiated, we would do so in rebuttal. It is clear these witnesses are on the witness list. More so, the conversation and examination of Dr. Russell is replete in the historical record of this case. Dr. Russell herself testified on December 12, 2024, that she did consider the absence of DNA in her opinion. She disregarded it, she discounted it, she created false theories about the potential destruction of it, but she did testify this was part of her consideration for her opinions. Again, on January 7th, 2025, Dr. Russell again discussed the absence of dog DNA in John O'Keefe's sweater. Now, it may be inconvenient, it might be hurtful for the defendant's theories, for the creation they portrayed
But it wasn't in
yesterday.
him
But it
so
is not
much.
improper, it's not unconstitutional,
This
it's
wasn't
not
in
irrelevant,
this
it's very
trial.
relevant. It is powerful evidence that the Commonwealth has to undermine this idea that the linear, superficial abrasions on John O'Keefe's arm were somehow caused by a dog. They, on their case in chief, tried to create impressions about the cause of the abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe. The defense does not get to pick and choose what words the Commonwealth can or cannot use. They do not get to pick and choose what parts of Dr. Russell's opinions are important and not important. Because they chose not to emphasize, highlight, or discuss the absence of dog DNA on direct does not mean it's beyond the scope of direct examination. It means they did not want to talk about it because it was not helpful to them. There have been countless cross-examinations in this case where questions are asked beyond the scope of direct. This is not beyond it. It goes to the heart of her opinion. If I cannot cross-examine her, as proposed by the defense, about the heart of her opinion, she shouldn't give it. She shouldn't have an opinion because you can't come in and just
Gotta
take
hate him.
favorable factions to yourself
You're
and
asking.
leave out reality. I intend on asking Dr. Russell about her opinions, about the role that the absence of DNA played. Also, I expect to ask her about her attempt to diminish or demean the DNA evidence because it shows her inherent bias in all of her opinions, where she acts as an advocate, not as a scientist or a doctor. It is admissible evidence. We intend on using it. And when she returns to the stand, these are the very questions I'm going to ask
I
her.
want to kick his ass.
Your Honor, may I have a brief 1 minute?
Sure, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's
I've got
go,
a Ford
Alessi.
Fusion.
Your Honor, a key misstatement of fact that
Transit.
Attorney Brennan just
We've got
made.
both.
He said that Dr. Russell talked in prior proceedings and hearings about dog DNA. The record is abundantly clear. She only did so in response to a question from Mr. Brennan. I have the transcripts right with me. She never raised it affirmatively. She gave her opinion that these wounds were to a reasonable degree of medical certainty from a dog. Mr. Brennan on cross said, did you consider, and this is in a prior proceeding, did you consider DNA? She gave her answer. She didn't raise it. I heard it. I was there. Your Honor was there. So this impression that Mr. Brennan is trying to give, that somehow the defense brought this topic up before, is incorrect. The second point, Mr. Brennan needs to have a good faith basis to ask the question. To have a good faith basis, he has to have some admissible evidence that he's got for it. He has no admissible evidence on dog DNA with regard to the arm. He knows he doesn't. He strategically chose not to bring that evidence in this case. Now he's saying he wants to use it. That would be improper in this trial for that reason. The other 2 points quickly. Mr. Brennan alleges an absence of dog DNA with regard to these wounds in the right arm.
Yeah, he is.
There was no swabbing of the wounds to of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. That is a major, major investigative flaw in this case. That should not be befallen upon the defendant. Secondly, there are, with regard to the hoodie that was one, I believe, swab taken, and we don't know much about it, but what we do know about it is there are horrible, tremendous chain of custody and care with regard to the hoodie, conceded, virtually
Hell yes,
left
there
on the
are.
floor of the ambulance, left on the floor of the hospital, carried around by Mr. Proctor for weeks, maybe even months, not submitted for testing for months. There are huge issues that prevent a fair determination about whether there was even proper determination of whether there was DNA or not. So in conclusion, Your Honor, the defense has never brought up DNA or alleged absence with regard to the right arm of the hoodie. It's always been the prosecution. We were meticulous and assiduous in not doing it here. The prosecution needs to live with the consequence of its action. This is remediable, and I respectfully submit warrants only one ruling respectfully, and that is this trial must be declared a mistrial with prejudice.
You have 30 seconds.
Let's go, Alessi.
Yes. Oh God, not you doofus. I don't want to hear you no more.
The defense can pound their fists and yell as loudly as they want.
Oh,
but they
shut
can't
up.
change truth and reality. Whatever the motivation is for wanting a mistrial can't be based on a claim that the prosecution raised DNA for the first time with Dr. Russell at the Lanigan hearing. If we actually look at facts and reality, rather than making false claims about everybody in the courtroom and everybody else who comes in here, what we'll see in the transcript, and this is the December 22nd, December 12th, 2024 transcript.
and
I
choose
direct
your
the court
words.
to the direct examination of the attorney who just accused the government of raising it for the first time. Despite his words,
what page?
we have page 83, line 21. We have page 122, line 14. We have page 124, line 14. These are the words of Attorney Alisi on direct examination. And there are more.
Alisi.
There are more. But that is enough for the court to understand that the representations are wholly mistaken by Attorney Alisi. Wholly.
All right, thank you. We'll give everybody a half an hour soon.
All right?
Balls. Yes. Not in this trial.
Yeah.
Not in,
That was all-
again, as Hank is very clear and very, willing to tell everyone, this is not the last trial. They were able to do smoke and mirrors and, mystify the jury, but not on this watch, not on my watch. There will be no shenanigans. Law enforcement officers.
So tell me about the beginning of today, Russell and Brennan and whatnot.
So
This is still
lot of-
Cross.
it's still Cross. So I think there was a misstep earlier by the doctor, and I think, so basically she admitted that Alessi had reminded her to ask for transcripts as sort of like an expert witness. If they bring up something, if you're not sure, ask for a transcript.
Okay.
And it turns out that she rode in a limo with Alessi on the way here. Now, Brennan
And
tried to
last night.
characterize it in the worst way possible. And I think, to be fair, I think we would find it very shady if Jen McCabe got a ride in with Tully, but Jedi just reminded us that she's an expert witness and arriving with the lawyers
Yeah.
would not be,
That's not that unusual.
unusual. Then he decided, do you have the, oh, doggone it, we need the clip. He questioned her memory and she audibly gasped. He was like,
She did.
do you have memory problems? And she was like, oh! It was the most Mo thing I've ever seen anyone do but me.
Oh, that's funny.
It was
And
not.
then the look she gave him, she was gonna make pot brownies and X-Lac brownies, and he was not gonna get any of the fun brownies.
The part I did see, right, the last little bit of it or whatever, she looked like she was holding her own. She didn't really appear to be all that flustered. It
No.
was just kind of getting through his bullshit.
I will say that I don't know about you, and I wanted to talk to you about it. Every time he brings up a transcript, I mean, I think it's going more to her credibility because the answer is the same. Even when he's like, oh, well, you said the dog bite, was the other way around. And she's like, no, I've explained it to you many times, the directionality. Let's put up a poll. Are we going to get a mistrial or is Bev going to allow it? It's not really a poll. It's more of a choose your own adventure with only one choice that Bev will allow.
Okay, so basically what happened was Alessi asked Dr. Russell about I don't even think he said dog DNA. I think he just said DNA, which hasn't been brought up on direct. And
He said they didn't find. Oh, what the hell did he say? I just had it.
they didn't find dog DNA.
DNA on the sweater. And the problem is, Alessi is making the point that, again, you didn't...
Pig DNA. Did he
They
bring up
didn't
pig
swab.
DNA?
They didn't look at the DNA until it was brought up. And by that time, there are so many chain of custody issues with the hoodie that any of that could have been washed away. Now, I
Should we
believe...
watch it again?
Yeah, we need to watch Alessi's argument because he's a lawyer and he knows stuff.
I want to watch
Watch a little before that to what brought us to the sidebar.
And thank you for being the holder of the stream, Marissa. I know it's not easy.
Change the analysis of your opinion.
Absolutely not. And I'll tell you why.
Please do.
Because she had, yes, I'm aware that some of the clothes were swabbed for DNA.
Oh, here we go.
Opinion?
And some of those statements, after you rendered your opinion, some of those statements, did you hear any of them talk about the idea or issue of collision or impact?
Yes.
And when you listened to those statements after you formed your opinions, did in any way, change the analysis of your opinion?
Absolutely not. And I'll tell you why.
Please do.
Because she had, the defendant had undergone a very stressful event, finding her loved one in the snow. And so after a stressful event, many people suffer from what's called an acute grief reaction. It's very common. And they do things that seem to be irrational. They ramble. They act bizarrely. They make statements that are irrational, that don't make sense, and they oftentimes tend to blame themselves for whatever has happened. I've seen this many, many, many times in the emergency department.
Does this happen moments after a stressful event?
Oh, yes.
Does it happen months later when you go on 20/20 or Nightline?
I've never seen that situation.
No. Does it happen a year later when you go and speak to documentarians and be interviewed? Is that the same kind of condition you see a year and a half later?
A grief reaction can last years. It usually is very brief, but it can last years.
Now, when you looked at the clothes in this case,
Here it is.
Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you are aware that those clothes were swabbed for DNA traces, weren't you?
Yes, I'm aware that some of the clothes were swabbed for DNA.
Could we have Exhibit 147B, please? On the right arm, there were a number of different tears in that fabric that you looked at, weren't there?
Yes, there were a number of small round holes in that
You're
fabric.
aware, aren't you, that those holes were swabbed for traces of dog DNA?
Objection, Your Honor, I'd like to approach, please.
Okay, come on up.
Dog DNA. All right. Baker.
Can't I leave you to it for just one day before you're ruining the trial?
Technically, this is day 2, sir.
Well,
you weren't here yet.
And to be fair, you saw the ride, you bought a ticket, yeah.
Yeah, and I lost my luggage.
Yeah, you did.
You told
That's
them
what I tell Mr.
that you
Mo
were
all the time.
on the
like,
market for undies.
Well, I'm going. TBR is taking me to get some undies now. So
TWR.
We don't have W's in Denmark.
I know you don't, but we do, sir. We do.
That's why we're getting you watermelon and Wiener Schnitzel and all the W. Although I know you're going to say Wiener Schnitzel, but we'll correct you.
Well,
We'll
as
go
long
to
as you're not
Walmart.
saying Vienna Schnitzel to try and make it fancy, because that's a city, not the.
Well,
But
I mean,
We have
closest
Vienna
I've got to one of
sausages.
those is a Vienna sausage, and
Yeah.
those are Gross.
Gross.
Well,
yeah.
Danish in Danish is Vienna bread.
Vienna bread?
Vienna bread. We call it Vienna bread because, yeah. Zach, you can smell me, but that's because we slept together last night and you said not to tell people.
Ha! Giggity.
No, so yesterday I lost a great day and yeah, my nose looks bigger. That's because I'm on this shitty cam and I'm on 5 hours of sleep.
Bless your heart.
His flight got delayed like 6 different times. He kept hitting me up. He's like, delayed again, delayed again, delayed again. So he was supposed to finally land at midnight. I don't think he actually got out of the airport till like 12:30.
Yeah, because I had to spend half an hour with a lady saying, do you have a reference for that thing that your luggage on? I said, no, I bet you have it. Did you do this? Did you do that? I said, I just arrived and I got an email saying, talk to someone. So I did that. Well, I've been on my other job today, so I'm a little bit tired. My brain isn't working. Yeah, I've been flying for 20 hours. My brain isn't working either. But fingers crossed, I might have my undies at 8 o'clock tonight.
Awesome sauce.
If not, hey, ladies, I'll be commando all week.
Giggity, giggity, goo.
And
Another
then
reason
you'll have to guess
that.
which of the other creators are commando, too.
And I
That's
can
the
just
real
say
game.
it
It's
was
a scavenger hunt. You may not want to win.
the weather was in the 50s in Denmark when I left, and it's slightly more here. So, ladies, I'm not saying it's moist o'clock, but the word swamp nuts might come in handy.
What is the weather there? It's like perfect here.
It's
mid
slightly
to high
overcast.
70s.
Yeah, it's slightly
77
overcast towards Valhalla and blue skies to the other side.
Holy fuzzballs. You mean I might not be freezing if I go when
No,
I
it's
get down
warm.
there?
It's nice.
It's
Oh,
like
heck yeah.
75 and sunny here. It's beautiful. And I'm
77.
here with all of you.
On a miraculous note, I found my Joe Dirt tank top, so we are set.
Outstanding. I fully
God for
expect a
that.
Duck Dynasty appearance on a graphic tee somewhere.
I saw
I got my
saw
Dr. Pepper t-shirt.
I saw a guy in the airport yesterday where I thought, is he that guy who dressed like that, or is he the guy who does it to look kind of, the hipster? I'm making fun of the look. He had the most beautiful mullet, the trucker cap, a pair of rundown jorts, and I think,
Nice.
what the hell?
Jorts.
I bet he had a PBR in his backpack.
Please tell me he just had a gray tank top that used to be white.
No, but he did have a tank top with some. I can't remember. I thought no, he's prospering. Valhalla, did you put some new additives in the water because the expert just came out of?
It's
I'm
in the
like, what
morning.
Yeah, it's before noon.
Interesting.
That's he might be sick.
He might
Oh
be.
no.
Oh, really?
Well, if he's waking up before noon, it's probably because he's got to vomit. That's the only thing that makes any sense to me.
Okay.
Pixie Sticks will do that to you.
Dollywood's
Sticks
going
will
to be
do that
hard.
to you.
Don't we meet at 11?
Yeah. White Rabbit's got it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I remember last year it was a little. It got a little testy because we had.
The little testes.
You can borrow my walker. We'll just take turns. You can stand up. It looks like it should shoot lasers, but it doesn't, which is upsetting.
Does it have a seat? Because if I ever had a walker, it would require a seat.
It does have a seat, and it's padded.
Ooh.
Can we
now,
just?
there is something that they call a
Church pews.
cane holder, but I'm going to call a Winchester holder.
Nice. Holster.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I dig it.
But what did I miss yesterday? I missed that. I saw that 16-year-old girl who played a 30-year-old cop.
Anna Kendra came up and got really mad.
Well,
Yeah,
first
and
it was still
the
Proctor's
friend.
buddy. with the text
Yeah.
messages. And they got to the point where they wanted him to read it. And he was like, I don't feel comfortable. These aren't my words, blah, blah, blah. So Brennan ended up reading the text messages, and Homeboy verified that it was an accurate read, which he didn't do because he copped out and said the C word instead of the actual C word.
Yeah.
And there was
she
a text
had a
message in
false
there.
memory. Or no, wait, there was, go ahead, Valhalla.
There was also a text message in there, something about the dad, the brother-in-law.
Yeah, the OD on the graveside.
Yeah, which I
hasn't
didn't
been
notice
public.
in the moment. Yeah, apparently that's
That is
brand new
so
information, and the
awful.
kids just learned it for the
Just-
first time yesterday in trial.
Jesus, those poor kids.
Way to go,
Well-
Hank. Way to go.
To be fair, I think they're both old enough to know, but that's
They
not
are,
the way
but
to do it.
It's not the
And
way.
It
and-
wasn't his decision to make either.
Well, so I'll just take it back to my kids. I mean, when they were little, Dad's in heaven. His spirit got sick because I couldn't figure out how to explain addiction to him. So I just said his spirit was really sick, like your body can get sick, and sometimes you just have to go to heaven. And then as they've gotten older, I've shared more with them, but you have to be. I hate Canton just for those children, just assholes.
Yeah, they're gonna be ruined if they stay in that town. That's
Yeah, they need to go far away for college.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Bev rolling her eyes.
Oh God.
That doesn't
Thank you,
surprise
Dan
me, actually.
Davis. Yeah, you would think that as much as she talks about protecting the children, she would have taken Hank aside and said, "What the hell are you thinking?"
So then after Proctor's buddy, we got Officer Deaver, who I will only refer to her as Officer Deaver because apparently she got really irritated with Alessi or Jackson, rather,
Jackson.
for not remembering her name. And I've never seen an officer on the stand quite like that. That was a different experience. She was, what's the word I'm looking for here? Prickly, to say the least. She was definitely pro blue line, you know. No, the commissioner of the Boston police force called me into his office when I was a rookie to tell me that he was proud of me for testifying in this case and being who I was. Also, I got a 1,000% pay raise that year. So there's that.
sometimes
Minor
things just coalesce, and you're doing really well at your job at the time you're testifying.
It's normal to go from 30,000 to, what was it, 300K?
I might have gotten it wrong. I just looked on Twitch, but
Well,
still.
I think
She's
it's
doing
normal
well.
for police officers not to remember anything, kind of situational awareness, because from the way she was telling in her testimony, she was at the Canton Police Department basically with her eyes closed in a fugue state, and she made up a memory that couldn't have been there because she looked at a timeline from the media. So she said, "Hey, Fed, sorry. Look, it came from a genuine place, and Sarah Boone, not intentionally, I kind of lied to y'all, but legal said it was okay when the commissioner said stuff. Bye."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and again, this is the second time. This is a way better lawyer,
quote unquote.
I have to figure out my camera, than the first time. And this case it's on life support and going down.
Well, there's a pending dismissal with prejudice right now, so it's not exactly looking great. But
No, but
Bev's gonna
I'll
do it.
allow it.
Yeah, it's Bev.
But-
no, don't
but-
get excited.
I had it on the iPad, and I was talking to the White Rabbit. So I just when they started it, the speakers on the iPad is really bad. So, but did he try and say that because they mentioned something in a hearing in December, it's the same as using it in trial now?
That's what he said.
Yes.
But there's no jury at the hearing in December.
No, that doesn't
No.
matter. That doesn't matter.
And
Baker.
the jury isn't privy to all the background knowledge and lack of chain of custody, even though some of that evidence has been brought in. The state failed to call, Michael Proctor. If the state wanted to bolster the chain of custody authentication and integrity, they would have to call Michael Proctor, which is an oxymoron or a paradox.
Let me I'm gonna dip out for just a little bit. I'm gonna try to be back. I've got a few things that I still gotta run around and do for the animals and whatnot. I'll be back. I'll be
Feed the
listening.
aminals. They're more important.
Yes. Well, yeah.
But it's just, again, as I said when it ended the first time, they're never getting a better trial. And then everyone said, "Oh, he's such a great lawyer." No, he's not. Yeah. Well, Zach is a little special. He's been touched by the Lord, as we say down here.
So I guess the real question, Baker, is have you gotten a Baconator yet?
I had a Baconator and 10 spicy nuggets. Valhalla hooked me up.
10
Hells
spicy nuggets
yeah.
and a Baconator.
Well, we don't get fat by not eating.
That's like a meal for my whole family.
Which is granted, Baconator lasts
very
me about
small.
2 meals. But I tend to eat really...
Oh,
and a large
fry?
fry. Yeah.
Well, I'm impressed.
Oh, did you get a Frosty?
No. And I'm going to Walmart, so I'm going to be all the hick today.
Well, yeah, the Walmart has they have some underpants for you, and
I just need something to hold me over, so I'm not going to go out and spend a lot of money. And I have to find out my travel insurance, how much it covers, so I can send them receipts after and say, hey, I need to recoup some of my money.
You better tell them that you had Louis Vuitton luggage and all kinds
No,
of
because this is
Gucci clothing.
I don't know how air companies are, but in Denmark or in Europe, if you don't get your luggage within X amount of hours, you can. I think it's up to 100 euros. You can buy stuff for, so you have a change of clothes and stuff like that. But I also have lost luggage insurance in my travel insurance. So,
well, that's a good idea.
$100 will barely get you an outfit.
Well, it'll get me a pair of shorts, a T-shirt, some underoos. Yeah, but that's why I'm saying I don't need a lot. Did I use an AirTag? No, I hate Apple products, so I don't use AirTags.
They have tile.
And, Brandon, Farrell isn't here yet, so I'll have to make it. And Pimpernella, the weather is wonderful compared to Europe. It's a little, I wouldn't call it muggy, but you can feel the moisture in the air. It's not like it's really humid, but you can feel that there's a little more down here.
I will say this is the maddest I've ever seen Alessi.
Oh yeah.
The very maddest. And I think, again, he's flabbergasted at what is going on in this court.
Well, my flabbers are gasted too.
Well, yeah, I don't understand the legal intricacies that, have gone into it. But outside observer looking in, you can't unring what the prosecutor said about the dog. You can try to rehabilitate it with all the chain of custody issues, but you can't put that toothpaste back in.
And that's why he did it.
If the defense is just going with there was no collision, there's still a case, but it was just... I doubt Bev is going to allow it. I mean, let's be real.
Federos says, totally calculated choice by the prosecution, but will the judge order a mistrial? Probably not, but, he doesn't really have a good remedy either. Telling the jury to, what do you strike it? You can't
Isn't she treating you well, Brandon? If Mother Marissa is too mean, I'll be back in a week. You have to hang out with her for a week.
I'm not disappointed in you.
Well,
I just wouldn't read all of your super chats. I'm so sorry that I didn't want to make jokes against my people.
What do you mean, your people?
Well, I'd rather not get into it.
Oh
Look
no,
at some
you
of them. I
opened the
didn't
door.
ban them either. I just put them up.
We did
or-
it. We did thank him for his donation and wisdom. We just allowed
Mhm.
people to read it themselves because you know
Yes.
how like when we had the dramatic or we were going to have the dramatic readers for the text chats, it would just add inflection. So we let
Mhm.
Brendan, or Brandon
Let his
stand
words
on
I
his
speak
didn't want
for
to
own.
himself.
misrepresent.
Yeah.
Well,
We were
also,
worried that our misogyny was going to show.
Brandon, to answer your question from earlier, the stream from yesterday, at least the afternoon, I'm pretty sure was yellow according to Valhalla, but it might have been the pictures of the arm. I tried to move it when we paused today. So
Oh, I heard this from Valhalla yesterday that she twice mentioned that she's been talking to the feds. I love that.
she told the feds about
Yeah.
the defense. She told on them. The cat. He's like hanging out of his bed. It was a day. Yesterday was wild. It was boring because it was like, 3 hours of Russell's CV and I had my heater on and I needed a nap. And then it warmed up. It got spicy.
Yeah, I hate that expert qualification because it just takes so long. And to everyone who's talking about the birds, I have a lot of birds. Luckily, I think they're on a lunch break because I also have a lot of constructions right over yonder somewhere. I can't figure out my camera on this one. But I saw a squirrel the first time this morning.
Ever?
No, but
Wait. Oh, I was going to say they don't have squirrels where you live?
we actually have an endangered species of black squirrels. Yes, I know. On like 5 minutes where I live. So we have a lot of squirrels, but it's just nice that when you come walking out on the lanai, the first thing you see is a squirrel raiding the bird feeder.
You're supposed to
she
put.
Still hasn't gotten the bungee thing yet.
I put cayenne pepper in mine because the birds can tolerate it, but the squirrels can't.
But the squirrels need some.
And you have squirrel diarrhea everywhere.
Oh no!
Not that I know. Not that I know.
The cats love the squirrels, and the squirrels know the cats can't get them, so they tease them.
This guy does not do anything. This is what he does.
Oh no, Dingus has
We have gray
run into
squirrels
the
here.
window trying to get the squirrels.
I think Tennessee has gray squirrels too.
Why do Germans have squirrel? Maybe. I don't know. I don't speak German.
Red squirrels.
Yeah, that's what we normally have in
that?
Denmark.
I think red squirrels were indigenous to the European
it is
continent, and they're getting taken over by the gray squirrels from America. But I could be really wrong about that, to be honest.
Please be seated for the session.
Denied.
Thank you, T-Rex. Why can't I can pull everything else, but I can't.
Bye.
All right, so the motion for mistrial is denied. Your rights are saved. And Mr. Brennan, you can continue with this line of questioning.
What?
Nor I did not address sidebar the other issue that's under court's consideration regarding Dr. Walsh's opinion.
Yeah. I don't see it without a foundation. So if you can build a foundation, I'll consider it. I do not believe that foundation has been laid yet.
I would expect that foundation would need to be substantial, specifically whether or not it was relied upon by the witness.
Yes.
Could we do that outside the presence of the jury so that I don't ask the questions in front of the jury?
Yes, but not right now. They're on their way. All right. Do you have enough?
I'll work around it.
Okay.
working around it.
Your Honor, I would object to being done outside the jury, that it should be done like I've had to do with several witnesses in front of the jury.
Okay, if that's what the defense wants. Are you sure, Mr. Alessi?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, let me confer with my... Yeah, okay. I am going to, yes, Your Honor, we are going to agree.
Oh, dear.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
You're on the way, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I'll be done very quickly, so.
Yeah, I bet you will.
Are the lunches here? Are they still over there?
Oh my God.
Did you start yet, or can you?
If they're downstairs on their way up, I don't want to stop them.
I could do it in 2 questions.
Yeah, please.
Oh. Excuse me?
They're still over this way.
Great, okay, they're going to stay.
Your Honor, if it might help, obviously, I'll be subject to whatever Your Honor does. Based upon if Mr. Brennan only has 2 questions, I may have 30 minutes that I could, most 35 to finish up whatever redirect that I have, if that affects Your Honor's scheduling for the jury.
I just didn't want to stop them if they were on their way. They haven't yet gone downstairs.
No, I don't think they made it downstairs.
All right, we'll do this now. Okay?
Dr. Russell, during your review of the case, did the defense offer you the report of John C. Walsh, MD, Deputy Medical Examiner?
I didn't hear the whole
I'm sorry.
question.
During your review, the defense provided you materials. Did they provide you the report of John C. Walsh, MD, Deputy Medical Examiner?
I don't recall.
May I approach?
May I-
Yes. Can we turn the fan off over here, Tony, please? Or thank you.
Dr. Russell, did you ever review or receive that document from the defense?
Oh, yes.
And regarding Dr. Walsh's opinion, did you consider that when you formed your ultimate basis that the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm were consistent with the dog bite?
Yes.
Did you disregard it or agree with it?
I disregard, I disagree with his assessment.
Thank you. Sorry, I'd like to inquire.
Your Honor, I would object. This is the same exact issue I had to deal with because the witnesses disregarded it, and I was not allowed to pursue questioning. So I do not believe, under the standards that's been set in this trial, that a proper foundation's been set.
What do you say about that, Mr. Brennan? How is this any different?
Pardon me?
I'm talking to Mr. Brennan. How is this different with this witness's analysis?
Because they specifically opened the door when they had her vouch for her own credibility, extolling her uniqueness and ability to determine that these were dog bite wounds. And so when they opened their own door to vouch for their own credibility and suggested that they're the only person or a limited person in the entire country that could do this, they should be confronted that they are not alone. There are other experts. And so this isn't affirmatively bringing it in. This is when the defense continually opens the door and creates these issues.
What do you say, Mr. Alessi?
Thank you, Your Honor. My response is this. I'll give 2 quick examples. Dr. Welcher, Trooper Paul, Dr. Squirty Bello. They talked and opened the door under Mr. Brennan's theory of opening the door widely. They even had, as part of their direct examination, documents in Dr. Welcher's slide that mentioned Dr. Squirty Bello. You'll recall that slide. They even had material from the CARS team with a file named Trooper Ball.
I'm not letting it in.
Thank you.
All right, I'm not letting it in under that, Mr. Brennan. So you can mark the report if you want, but for that reason, I'm not, for the reasons stated by the Commonwealth, I'm not letting it in.
I don't need to mark it.
Okay. All right, thank you, Hunter.
Stated by the Commonwealth? She's not letting it in?
So I think by the same argument that the Commonwealth used, but I think she misspoke a little bit.
Yeah.
But I could be, y'all, I am not a lawyer. got a comment yesterday like, "You're not a lawyer," and I was like,
Yeah.
"Check my LinkedIn. I've got a lawyer pending. Bite me."
I think she meant Alessi.
Objection. Where are we? Is it in evidence now?
It's not yet, it will be.
Okay.
You guys just say it in evidence,
The DNA. It's not, right?
it is not. And
Okay.
is there a question? Yeah.
Yes, it's open. I denied the motion and allowed the line of inquiry.
What does that even mean?
So that means that Hank is going to be able to ask her all about the DNA, and if the lack of DNA changed it, basically she's basically letting him do whatever or continue with what he was asking.
But the DNA isn't in evidence.
No. So I guess he's going to have to go through the whole, this is a DNA report. Did you look at it? Can you verify this was the DNA report? All of that.
But how can he even bring it in through her?
If she used it to formulate her opinion, I think he's allowed to, but I
don't know. I mean, maybe he brings it in later, but I don't see how he could bring it in with her. Other than she looked at it. She didn't swab it. She didn't test it. She didn't. I don't know. Yeah, I agree. It is unfair. There's no way to challenge it.
If Alessi is able to get in, were you aware this particular hoodie had sat on the ambulance floor? And she says no. Were you aware it sat in the back of a car? No. Were you aware that we don't have a chain of evidence? So there are ways to salvage it, but I think...
Yeah. Okay.
Jurors, I appreciate your patience. All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Russell.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Russell, we were talking about your differential diagnosis and your opinion that Mr. O'Keefe's abrasions on his arm were not consistent with impact or collision with a car. I was asking you specifically about some of the things you may or may not have reviewed before you formed your opinion. You looked on direct examination at a photograph in Dr. Welcher's presentation, and it had a photograph of a person who had
Hey, Marissa,
been
heads
hit
up
and
if
died
they
as a result of a
show that
collision.
one.
Do you remember that photograph?
What?
I was going to say heads up because he's referencing
Right.
that Dr. Welcher. So I was just...
I don't think the camera will show it, but I'll be ready.
Okay, I was just
You
letting you
looked
know
at-
because...
The photograph of, which one specifically?
There was a gentleman
I've
lying
seen-
on the ground, his face was redacted, and there was
Oh,
some
that one, yes.
Remember that one?
Yes.
And when you discussed that, what was the reason? What was your point in discussing that?
I was answering questions.
Do you know what the point was, what you were trying to deduce or
No, I was
suggest?
just answering questions.
Okay. You have stated before that one of the reasons you do not believe that the injuries were the result of a collision or impact with a car is because there were no lower body injury breaks. Do you remember that?
That's one of the reasons, yes.
You would agree that a side swipe or a clipping collision is different than a front or a back immediate impact, like being run over. There's a difference, right?
In general, yes.
When you talk about the absence of lower body brakes, do you have any studies about the frequency or the likelihood of lower body brakes in a clipping impact as opposed to being directly run over?
No.
When you looked at that photograph that was shown to you on direct examination, did you look at the actual injuries that were listed for that gentleman and see that there were no lower body brakes?
I looked at all the injuries, yes.
And did you recognize in that photograph and slide that there were no lower body brakes?
Yes, I did. There were major internal injuries, however.
When you considered the information in this case, did you have an opportunity beyond that photograph to look at Dr. Welcher's videos about impacting a vehicle driving backwards? Did you watch those videos?
I saw an image. I saw an image.
Did you see a video when Dr. Welcher put blue paint on his arm?
Oh, sir, you're not
And
bringing
showed-
that up on purpose.
The height and the location when it touched Alexis? Did you see that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
I saw that image.
Did you consider what's called the text stream data? Do you know what text stream data is?
What?
Text stream, the black box that shows the operation of a car, how fast, how slow, acceleration. Did you look at any of that information before you formed your opinion?
I looked at it, but I honestly did not understand it.
Did you ask anybody to help you interpret that data before you drew an opinion that the
Brendan,
injuries
you
were not
didn't want
consistent
anyone
with the
helping her
collision?
restructure
Well,
sentences.
first of all, my opinion came long before that report ever came out. So the answer to that is no.
When you have an opinion, if there's new evidence that is contradictory or different or maybe undermines your theory, do you have an open mind to reconsider your theory?
Yes, I do.
Did you want to understand that information about the text stream data and the information that was available regarding this allegation? Did you want to understand that before you came back and offered the same opinion you had before that information was available?
I didn't understand it, and I didn't know that if any of the attorneys understood it, actually.
Did you know anything about Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data when you were drawing these conclusions about when his last movements were? Did you learn anything about that?
No.
Did you know about any type of DNA testing on the defendant's rear taillight area?
Yes.
And did you know about any hair found on the car?
Yes.
Did you consider those things when you excluded the collision or impact as the cause of those wounds?
Well, I considered that. However, he had, my understanding is he had been in and out of that car, on many occasions, and so therefore there would be reason for either skin cells or DNA or possibly other, parts of, hair, fabric, to be on that car.
So when you consider testing your
Hey, working
conclusions,
for
do
the
you look at it
defense.
as an advocate or do you look at it as a scientist or a doctor and try to value how little or
shut
how
up.
strong that evidence is?
I'm looking at it as a neutral party, a doctor, a scientist.
So you're not looking at it as an advocate to try to discourage the strength or weakness of evidence?
Excuse me?
You're not looking at it as an advocate? You're looking at it as an independent professional?
I'm not an advocate at all.
When you talked about John O'Keefe's sweatshirt, can we put that up, Ms. Gilman, please? You identified or discussed some of the tears to the right sleeve of Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt, didn't you?
We discussed one puncture to the right sleeve, yes.
Having an interest in dogs and dog bites, certainly you're aware in your experience, when a dog bites, it creates quite a bit of saliva, doesn't it?
It can.
It can actually, a dog can froth, is what they call it. Excessive saliva when it's in the moment.
Some dogs, yes.
And some dogs, they can shed hair,
Ugh,
especially when they're
talking about
interacting with other objects, don't they?
They could.
Hair is considered trace evidence, isn't it?
Yes.
And saliva contains important items sometimes like DNA, correct?
Yes.
And that's considered oftentimes very important trace evidence.
Yes.
And Dr. Russell, are you aware that one of the criminologists took swabs of holes on the left sleeve of the sweatshirt?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, are you aware of that?
Yes.
You've heard of UC Davis, haven't you?
Yes. And in reference to that previous question, however, the swabbing was done many weeks after the death, and there were images of clothing on the emergency room floor. So, yes, I am aware that there were some swabs taken at some point.
Is that gratuitous answer part of your advocacy or part of your medical objective opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And so you're aware that these holes were swabbed to send a sample to UC Davis, aren't you?
Yes.
UC Davis, do you understand they specialize in dog DNA?
Animal DNA, I believe.
And you also know, and giving it before you gave your opinion, that when they were tested, there was no dog DNA found in any of the samples. You knew that, right?
Yes.
In fact, what was found was pig DNA,
That's correct.
and there's no identification where the pig DNA came from, is there?
I don't think so.
So when you saw the information, after you claimed there is a dog, prove it, John O'Keefe, when you saw the information that they were swabs done of those holes and the results were no dog DNA, did you consider that before giving your ultimate opinion?
Yes.
And in fact, you've tried to discount the significance of that evidence in the past, haven't you?
Yes.
In fact, you have made claims about that evidence candidly with no foundation whatsoever, haven't you?
I explained why there could be no dog DNA found.
You were claiming that it was inconsequential because a number of speculative reasons, didn't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the objection sustained. You can ask it differently.
When you were discussing the absence of dog DNA on Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt in the past, were you trying to make suggestions that perhaps the samples could have been tarnished or compromised in some way?
That's one possibility, yes.
As a independent, objective expert, should you deal in possibilities, or is it a better practice, best practice, to deal with objective criteria in the form of actual opinions to a reasonable degree of certainty?
It would be best to go through a process to determine, or at least come up with a list of reasons as to why dog DNA was not found. There are a number of reasons. You know, if you have a test in medicine, you expect it to be positive, and it's not positive, you go through a process of trying to figure out why the case is that way. There are many reasons why there could have been no dog DNA found.
When you first gave your opinion, you didn't even know about that DNA testing, did you?
Not initially, correct.
But then once learning about it, you were not willing to reconsider and change your opinion about the source of these scratches. You maintained the same opinion you had before, correct?
I reconsidered, however, my opinion did not change.
What you suggested is there's possibilities, is the word you would use, possibilities why there were errors with the DNA. Yes?
Yes.
You can't tell us anything based in fact. Wait,
No.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
You can't tell us anything based in fact to support the claim that something was wrong with the testing of this DNA, can you?
Not in fact, but again, you have to go through a process. If you expect a certain diagnosis or a certain finding on a lab test and it doesn't materialize, and you wonder why, and you want to know, was the test done correctly, was the specimen handled correctly, et cetera, et cetera. There's a process.
And in that process, you found no evidence whatsoever, none, zero, to support any claim of compromise of that DNA process, did you?
Well, ideally, the swabbing should have happened immediately or very soon after the incident. So there was a delay in processing or swabbing to begin with. And then, of course, I don't know about the transportation or the chain of custody.
You were a medical examiner, weren't you?
Yes,
When you were a medical examiner, when you examined a person or their body, you did everything you thought was reasonably necessary based on the information you had, correct?
yes,
Did you know at the time Dr. Scortabello did the autopsy, there was no claim whatsoever that a dog caused these wounds?
yes,
Did you know that claim didn't come about until over a year later?
no,
And did you know that in response to that claim, that's why this was done at a later time? Did you know that?
Still, for a complete investigation, this should have been considered by investigators early on.
Even where there was absolutely no claim or evidence whatsoever that a dog caused these wounds?
Well, again, a complete investigation.
You can't tell us one step that went wrong with that DNA process, can you?
The process, no.
In fact, you have admittedly very little experience with DNA.
I have little personal experience with DNA.
And yet, although you're not an advocate, you are willing to advocate trying to undermine the strength of that evidence, aren't you?
No, I am a scientist, and I'm trying to understand why it could have been negative.
As a scientist and providing a medical opinion, do you try to exclude in your differential diagnosis all other reasonable causes of a wound?
Generally, yes.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Now, when a dog bites a sweater, would you expect that it would leave DNA?
Yes.
Didn't you just ask
When a
this
dog
question?
bites a sweater, you would not expect it would leave little fragments of taillight shards in clothes, would you?
Correct.
And so in this case, when you were developing your theory and differential diagnosis and excluding causes, did you consider that when Mr. O'Keefe's clothes were scraped, his pants and his shirts and his sweatshirt, what was discovered were minute, small fragments
They couldn't
of
be
broken taillight
associated,
that came
I
from
thought.
the defendant's motor vehicle?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Of course
Did you
are,
consider
Beth.
that?
I didn't know that at the time.
Could we have 201D, please?
Wait, you're gonna try to...
Dr. Russell, this is a photograph.
Good luck.
Okay.
This guy keeps asking questions he doesn't want the answer to, but he still asks them.
I mean, honest to goodness, he keeps asking questions and she keeps giving the answers that we all want to give, but she can do it because, well, she's just awesome. I have,
Well, yeah.
Okay, Miss with the braid and the glasses in your hair. I too have a 5 head, which is why I kind of wear my things a little down. Just a suggestion, but like a little curtain bang, or selling it as ad space.
Like she's a truck.
I'm just saying, like Raid Shadow Legends. Nutrifoil and what's the other thing that people are hawking? Better Health. Or Better Help.
Yeah. I don't know. This is a mess. I keep getting the yawns. Oh, excuse me. It's like this time of day. I'm ready for lunch.
Yeah, she does lunch. She does her day so weird. I kind of like it when I come back from lunch though, because I know there's only 2 hours.
Yeah.
But Hank somehow finds a way to make those 2 hours feel so much longer.
I thought Hanky Spanky said he only had like a few questions.
Okay, stop
I feel
angrily
lied to.
flapping your paper, dingus. Oh, someone got told no.
Dr.
Yes,
Russell,
probably.
were you aware that very small fragments, shards of plastic that match the broken
So what
taillight of the
evidence?
defendant's Lexus
Was it?
were found
Yeah, it was.
when criminologists scraped Mr. O'Keefe's shirt and sweatshirt?
Yes, I became aware of that.
Did you become aware of that before or after you came to your opinion and conclusion that Mr. O'Keefe's arm abrasions were not caused by a collision or an impact?
After.
And when you learned that, did you get a chance to see this photograph to see how small many of those pieces were?
Yes.
And would you agree that broken plastic, like broken glass, can tear fabric?
Yes.
Would you agree that broken plastic, like broken glass, can rub up against a person's skin, and if enough friction is caused, it can cause abrasions?
Yes.
Would you agree that if fragments like this were randomly in the sweatshirt, that it could cause cuts or abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
Wait, now he's not. Okay.
I
can you
don't
pause?
believe that fragments that are
Okay, so just with this witness, he has now posited that it was the shrubs, possibly. Now he's saying the microfabric or the micro fragments in the shirt might have done those superficial wounds. And what superficial means, it just means that it didn't go entirely through the derma, the skin. You have several layers of skin. So when they say superficial, it's still those look like significant cuts. So, geez, I hate this man
Yeah,
so
like
much.
does he realize how thick the skin is?
No, he doesn't. That's the problem with him arguing with her, because he hears superficial and he thinks just top wound. She hears superficial and realizes that it doesn't go all the way to the muscle layer.
Yeah, like your
So-
bone's not hanging out.
So they're speaking different languages, which is why I like Alessi when he says, okay, so can we, define this as this? Because the problem with a lot of lawyers is there are specific words that mean very different things in different fields. So she's saying superficial, meaning it didn't go all the way through the skin. He's saying it like, look, it's like you're shaving your leg and you slightly nicked it and you can put a toilet paper right over it. Very different.
Very.
randomly in the sweatshirt or clothing would cause the parallel abrasions, the pattern of the parallel abrasions that we saw in the arm.
Do you know how Mr. O'Keefe fell to the ground and what movements his body and arm made as he fell to the ground?
Not definitely.
You don't know?
How? No.
Do you know how much distance or little distance he moved when he was on the ground?
Yes, approximately, I think it was 20 feet. I initially heard 60, but around 20 feet, I believe.
Yeah, that's changed
You
a lot
think-
too.
Do you know where his body was found on the side of the road?
Yes.
Do you know if his body, before it rested, moved or slid on the ground?
Why?
Yes,
has
it
never
did.
been brought up.
Drag them.
And it's your opinion that fragments like this,
Also, pause. Couldn't he have gotten the grass stains as people were working on him, moving his body around, and, Karen was trying to lift up her shirt and then picking him up to put him on the stretcher?
Or by somebody dragging him out onto the lawn.
And I don't remember. Who is this from? Crap, I've got all the...
This is for Baker, T-Rex Trucking and More. Thank you, Baker. Don't you worry if your luggage doesn't make it. I asked Pharaoh to bring you a few dresses. I'm thinking Farrell to bring you a few dresses. You're gonna look pretty.
Well, I think Baker and Farrell argue because there are the Faroe Islands. I
Oh,
don't know.
and thank you, Lesko. Last job I had was a giant soulless corporation quit midday, then watch a 60-year-old woman accidentally walk into an empty elevator shaft. I walked right out. Last day, I worked in elevator repair. Thank
Well,
you.
thank you for your dedication to your work until it wasn't.
And T-Rex again, thank you. Wasn't this man found in the effing snow, aka water, like water would wash off DNA? Yeah, yeah,
You,
and
yeah, these,
yeah,
yeah,
you would think.
in theory.
Yeah.
Could not have caused the superficial abrasions to John O'Keefe's arm.
You know, in reference to that last question, actually, that I don't know that there was a collision, but I know that it's alleged that there was movement of the body after the collision.
I wasn't asking about the collision, I was asking about his body. Are you telling us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these type of fragments that were found in his clothes could not have caused the superficial abrasions on John O'Keefe's right
No.
arm?
They can cause superficial abrasions, but not in that pattern that we saw on the arm.
I'm going to ask you the question again. Are you saying to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these fragments did not cause the superficial abrasions to John O'Keefe's right arm?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Alessi?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Brian the Science, you missed Hank positing that shrubs possibly attacked John's arms, that the microplastics that were found in the clothing also could have caused the scratches to John's arm, and that because she didn't look at the text stream, she is in no way an accent reconstructionist, which she never claimed to be. Yeah, basically 3 hours of Hank being utterly... Oh, and he insulted Dr. Russell.
Okay.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would like to have published what is in evidence is 201A, and then I'm going to proceed after that with 201E.
Okay.
Dr. Russell, I have up this exhibit, and with regard to the questions of Attorney Brennan that he just asked about these alleged shards, can you tell the size of them from this depiction?
I don't even see any shards in that depiction.
Can you read that slide and see the handwriting that is there?
Yeah, it looks like clear app plastic collected from 7/18/18. There's another date over to the left side, and then it says AMV 6/29/23.
Right, and if Mr. Wolk, you could go back. Can you determine at all from this whether the shards are microscopic or not?
I cannot see any shards.
All right, let's go to 201E. With regard to this depiction, do you recognize what is in this depiction?
It looks like irregular, red-colored pieces of debris.
Thank you. And do you recognize the ruler above those pieces?
I'm not sure if this is the same ruler as in the previous image, but there does appear to be a ruler.
If we could go back to the previous slide, does that at all assist you in determining whether or not it's the same ruler?
Not exactly, but there are similarities.
So let's go back to, flip back to the next slide. Does the, what is
pause
up
it,
in
please.
black help you reach any conclusion?
So this is actually really good if any of the jurors are wanting to look at her ability to take in evidence and do an on the scene, on the stand differential diagnosis on whether these could be. How careful she's being about the ruler, how she's saying, can you go back, look, it has similarities, but it's not the same. I think this is great, but I'm a weirdo and I just like that she's being so detailed because I think the allegations that Brennan have made that she came in with sort of an agenda to be an advocate, it's going to be blown away by the fact that she's being so impartial here and she's, you know, being an expert and observant.
Yeah. And just so we
And
can relive it.
Fair.
Go ahead.
Well, Lesko has said, jurors are late in French. They don't care. Keep it real. And I was like, fair.
And just so we can hear it one more time, I have
You're
the
a
clip.
genius.
May I approach?
Oh.
Do you have any memory issues?
No.
You rat bastard.
I know. It gets better every time.
That face she made. I just, like...
She was horrified.
Well, and I'm sure it is something that would probably be a fear for a doctor to suddenly lose all your competency. So to have someone, you know, question that in a professional setting, when she's only like the head of every magical Hogwarts, medicine thing in LA. Okay.
About whether those pieces are microscopic in size or not.
Well, so those are, again, I'd like to go back, but I think those might be 16th or 32nd of an inch if we're using the same edge of the ruler. Those pieces that are depicted are not microscopic because we can see them with our eyes, but they're extremely small.
All right, so they're extremely small. You've asked, you want to go look back at the ruler. Does that further assist you in your analysis as to the size of these pieces?
16, so those looks like they're maybe a 16th of an inch or less.
Okay, so let's go back, Mr. Wolf, one more time. So these pieces are a 16th of an inch or less, correct?
Yes, if we're using the same ruler.
Right. So with regard to, and if we could, Mr. Wolk, now go to Exhibit 1. Attorney Brennan asked you several questions with regard to whether those 16th of an inch or less pieces could cause these types of abrasions. You have addressed this issue, but I would like you to answer whether those pieces, 16 inch or less, could cause, now knowing the size, whether they could cause these abrasions, including with regard to this pattern.
I don't believe so.
And with regard to that answer, how do you come to that conclusion? What is your thought process?
Okay, again, there are multiple parallel abrasions. So these pieces would need to be lined up in a certain configuration to cause those abrasions, and they'd have to be oriented in nearly the same direction because many of these groupings of wounds, and if I may use the pointer, are oriented in this direction a little bit. Well, anatomically, a little inferior to superior, ever so slightly this way. So they're oriented in the same way. So not only were they, those abrasions are rather large for those tiny pieces of plastic or glass, but they'd have to be oriented in a certain way to cause those wounds.
As an emergency department physician, as a forensic pathologist, what is the likelihood, if any, that those shards could cause those wounds?
You have to ask it differently, Mr. Wilson.
Dr. Russell, please state your evaluation and conclusion and the basis for it as to whether those shards of glass, or excuse me, shards of plastic, 1/16 of an inch and less, can cause those abrasions on and wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
I do not believe that they could have caused those wounds.
Is that a close call for you to come to that conclusion?
Not at all.
You were asked several questions by, please keep that depiction up, Mr. Wolf. You were asked numerous questions by Attorney Brennan where he wanted you to go section by section by section and evaluate each, he grouped these, I think 5 or 6. Do you recall that questioning?
Yes.
Is that a scientifically proper way to evaluate this wound to determine whether or not it is from a dog? Is that a proper methodology to look at each individual section only?
No.
How, at a scale, is it improper to evaluate them that way under your methodology?
Sustained.
Dr. Russell, what is the proper way to evaluate the wounds on the right arm to determine whether or not they're caused from a dog?
To look at patterns, because individual wounds can vary, but the pattern is what is significant.
And on your direct examination, did you go through this method that you just described, a pattern and pattern recognition? Did you go through that in some detail and discuss that?
Yes.
Now, you were asked questions by Attorney Brennan, and in his questions, it was asserted that you don't have a standard, a published standard. Do you recall that questioning?
I'm going to allow it.
Do you recall the question asking whether you had a standard to reference for your methodology? You recall that questioning?
In reference to dog bite wounds, yes.
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 And with regard to the question and assertion in the question with regard to a methodology, you referenced studies, and as part of your answer, do you recall that discussion with Mr. Brennan?
Yes.
Do those, and are those studies peer-reviewed?
Yes.
And give the name, please, again, that we had gone over on direct, but give the name of the lead authors of each of those studies.
Yes, so one of them was by Dr. D. Munich, and the other one was Dr. Pollock. And by peer review, that means that the article was reviewed by other physicians in those respective specispecialties of the authors.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Russell.
I'm sorry.
Finished?
The specialties of the authors, yes.
We could take that down for a moment. Your Honor, may I approach, please?
Okay.
If I could have, Your Honor, from Madam Court Reporter, exhibits marked for identification PPP and QQQ.
Right.
And I'll start with PPP if I could, please. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. May I present PPP to it? Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Russell, you have before you PPP. Is that the study with the lead author, Dr. DeMunich?
Yes.
Do you recall Attorney Brennan in his questioning asserting that you had no basis and there was no support for your methodology of pattern recognition? Do you recall that discussion?
Objection.
Sustained in that form.
Do you recall questioning on the cross-examination by Attorney Brennan as to your basis for a methodology in terms of pattern recognition with regard to dog wounds? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Can you please take a look at exhibit PPP for identification and identify whether there's any section in that study that talks about and documents the methodology that you used in that study?
Yes. So this is an article that was published in the International Journal of Legal Medicine, and it is entitled Forensic Approach of Fatal Dog Attacks, a Case Report and a Literature Review. And so it's several pages long, talks about a specific case, and then on page 298, there are some significant passages that I would like to read, actually. So it says here, dogs have some very specific dental and maxillofacial features. They have 42 teeth. 20 in the upper jaw, 22 in the lower. Usually the mandibular dental arch is narrower and shorter than the maxilla, and that means upper, lower and upper. Maxilla is the upper. Maxilla, and the shape of the dental arches varies among the different breeds. There are natural gaps between the teeth that are attenuated or accentuated depending on the breed. The canine masseter pterygoid complex is short and strong, and its insertion on the mandible provides powerful mechanical advantage. So that's talking about the muscles, how powerful they are. And then goes on to measure the forces.
If you could find the location, if there's any in there with regard to pattern, is there any discussion about attributes and patterns in that study?
Yes, this next paragraph. The above features attribute to the characteristics of dog bites. The maxillary teeth distal to the mandibular teeth allow the so-called scissor bite, in which the dog can lock onto his prey. The tremendous force of the bite muscle complex can develop, allows the dog to twist and tear, and cause great damage. The injuries caused involve a combination of biting, crushing, tearing that results in characteristic patterns of punctures, lacerations, avulsions of the skin, and soft tissue. Forensic pathologists noted the multiple torn wounds with adjacent puncture wounds, the so-called hole and tear combination. That's in this case. The puncture wound, a round hole, is made by the canine tooth of either the upper or lower jaw on one side that serves as an anchorage, while the other teeth cut into the flesh, causing stretching lacerations in the process of biting, shaking, and tearing. This should be considered pathognomonic for dog bites, especially when accompanied by tissue defects and claw marks, the latter being narrow, superficial, linear abrasions arranged parallel to one another, 4 or 5 in number, and usually found in the vicinity of the bite. This pattern allows differential diagnosis with bites of other animals, which are not accompanied by pulling and shaking, nor by the usage of prominent canine, and with stab wounds caused by sharp instruments.
Does that study support or not support, in the literature, a pattern recognition methodology?
That's sustained.
What do you conclude from the language you just read in that study with regard to methodology of discerning dog bite wounds?
That pattern recognition is very important.
Now what I would like, if I could approach Your Honor.
Okay.
If I could return this to Madam Court Reporter and please request Exhibit QQQ for identification. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. May I hand it to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have now handed you what is marked for identification as Exhibit QQQ. I would ask, please, that you, is that the Pollock study that you referenced in your direct and in your cross-examination?
Yes.
Could you please, as you did with the Munich study, can you please articulate the relevant sections with regard to your reliance upon that study?
Yes. So this is an article from the Institute of Forensic Medicine at the University of Vienna.
Is that a peer-reviewed study?
Yes.
Please continue.
Excuse me?
Please continue.
Okay. The title of the article is Fatal Dog Bite Injuries. And there's a summary. It says the dog's front teeth. So let me preface this. This was talking about a deceased child, and they describe the features. It says the dog's front teeth left marks of individual circular or scratch-like abrasions, as well as slit-like skin severances of the skin, arranged in curved lines. The pattern of the skin lesions largely corresponded to the anatomy of the dog's set of teeth. No tissue defects could be detected.
And is there any other section of that study that references pattern and pattern recognition methodology? Any other
Yes.
words, any other section? And if so, could you please read them?
Yes. So on page 491, there's a section called the morphology of dog bite injuries.
What does morphology mean?
It means the shape. And so it goes on to say the anatomy of a dog's teeth is the key to interpreting injury findings. The particularly long, cone-shaped, pointed canine teeth often create sharp-edged wound slits that can be mistaken for stab wounds. The bite mark on the skin is ideally a complete and congruent imprint of the front dental arch. Sometimes only the protruding canine teeth are imprinted. If the shorter incisors leave an impression. Smaller skin lesions, parentheses, round pressure marks or streaky glide marks, can be found between the impact points of the canines. In practice, it is hardly expected that all 6 incisors will act uniformly.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that sentence. Could you repeat that?
In practice, it is hardly expected that all 6 incisors of a jaw will act uniformly.
Is that sentence relevant at all to what you've referenced as an incomplete bite?
Yes,
How is it relevant?
because if not all the teeth impact, then you get a partial bite. You get irregular appearances. There's another sentence that's important here. A gap in the injury pattern can have several causes. Oblique biting, so what that means is not dead center on, but off to the side a little bit. Oblique biting. Curvature of the body surface, which we could have in this case around the arm, the edges of the arm.
Mr. Wu, could you please put Exhibit 1 back on the case? And Dr. Russell, it would be helpful as you're discussing these items if you could determine whether or not what's discussed in that study is at all depicted in this exhibit.
Okay, so we discussed oblique biting, which is off at an angle. Curvature of the body surface. So here we have a body surface that's actually quite irregular. There's curvature down here. There's definitely curvature around the elbow. And so there's curvature around the bones. So curvature of the body surface can change the appearance of the wounds. Interposition of textiles, so that would be clothing.
Is there an example of interposition of textiles in this case?
I don't think so.
Well, was the decedent in this case wearing any... Is textiles mean clothing?
Yes, and I thought you meant in this
decedent-
article. But yes, there was textiles in this case. Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that hoodie sweatshirt or sweater shirt. So interposition of textiles, and then it goes on to mention some other things which I don't think apply in this case, such as different tooth lengths, tooth loss, abnormal teeth.
And is there any other aspects of that study that are relevant to your analysis and methodology with regard to evaluating the wounds in Exhibit 1?
A lot of this article is relevant, and I don't know if you want to keep.
I don't want
on
to
reading.
keep reading it, but if there is a section, because then I'm going to have a few more questions once you're done identifying the most relevant sections of the article.
Yeah, and then there's one section that said.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Then it does mention that in some victims, parallel scratch marks originating from clawed paws are found accompanying the injuries.
Sorry, I did that.
You're good. M. Spire says, why do I see Bugs Bunny's illegitimate child? And I'm assuming you were talking about Brennan, because that makes perfect sense, actually. Also, while we're paused, I'm not sure if you guys caught it or not. It was before I got here. Sebastian Mueller gifted 10 Valhalla Awaits memberships earlier, and I would like to thank you very much. Congratulations. Go
We
out
read them for you, too. Well, Mo.
Yeah. Look at there. Looky there.
And
Thank
I
you,
even tried to
Sebastian. You're
remember
awesome.
that you get access to cool new emojis like fuzzy
Fluffy.
or fluffy. Look,
You were
I
so
tried.
close. You were so close. It was so close.
Look, Mr. Mo got me energy drinks. It's all going to be okay now.
I like it. I like it.
I would just like to state for the record that I am a fully functioning adult, and the fact that my husband's like, you realize you're going to have to drive 5 hours tomorrow. It's like, yeah, I used to do a lot of stuff. I'm just now an inside cat mostly, but I can still do stuff. He's like,
You'll
call
be
me if
all
you have
right.
any trouble, and don't talk to strangers. I was like, I kind of do that on the internet all day. But they're
Speaking
my
of
friends
inside
now.
cats, do you see my cat? He's like,
When Brennan starts
falling into
talking,
his
that's what I want to
football.
do. It makes me want to love sack so bad.
We have one.
Val, did you still deny Baker Waffle House? I'll have you know, good sir, that we had full intentions last night of going to Waffle House, and Baker decided against it.
Well,
He
he's been wearing the
said he
same
didn't
underwear
wanna
for
go.
like 3 days.
That's not my
Fair
problem,
point.
Marissa. That's not my problem. That sounds like a Baker problem, not a Valhalla problem.
When he starts to smell and itch, it's everyone's problem.
Nope. I was in the Army infantry. I give 0 Fs. I don't care. how bad you smell. I can stop smelling. That's easy. The Waffle
Okay,
House
well-
waitress,
Oh, yes, thank you.
she probably doesn't smell fresh on her own, so I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah,
Can you smell
Waffle House
anything
waitresses.
in the Waffle House but the grease?
Not usually.
no, and you need a shower when you leave anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
Grease.
for dinner and a show, $10 for hash browns, waffle, and a show. I mean, we have beef and boards, but that's all classy. We go to Waffle House at 3 a.m.
Mrs. Valhalla was even going to go to Waffle House with us last night.
Yeah.
Then it does mention that in some victims, parallel scratch marks originating from clawed paws are found accompanying the injuries.
And is there any other section that you believe supports your evaluation of the wounds on Exhibit 1?
No, I think that's it.
All right, so, thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Russell. Madam Court Reporter. So,
I am more than willing to take Baker to Waffle House whenever he would like. Let's go. Whenever he would like. You know you're muted, right?
Shoot. For new Baker Underoos, thank you, Bad Duck, and Fix It Tonight, Val. He fleeced me of every last penny, traveled thousands of miles, they lost his luggage. Get him a mouse handy and some waffles. Thank you.
More than willing. Not the handy thing, that's illegal.
Okay.
So do those studies, the Demunic and the Pollock that you just referenced, do they support the methodology of pattern recognition that you applied in evaluating Exhibit 1?
Absolutely.
And do they directly or indirectly support that methodology?
Directly.
And is that medical literature peer-reviewed support or not for your pattern recognition methodology?
So as to the form, Mr. Leslie.
Do those studies, each of them, those peer-reviewed studies, support your pattern recognition methodology that you applied with regard to Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Did those studies look solely at individual wounds, or did those studies' methodology look at the overall pattern to evaluate and discuss wounds from dogs?
Ask it differently.
How did those studies evaluate wounds with respect to individual wounds and overall wounds? How did the study evaluate those?
They described some individual wounds. There were numerous wounds. Described some individuals, but they looked at the overall pattern to make recommendations.
Was the overall pattern in those studies important or unimportant in the analyses and conclusions that those authors reached?
Important.
Now let's switch topics. Attorney Brennan asked you about various considerations you made with regard to differential diagnosis. Do you recall those?
Yes.
Let's just start with your differential diagnosis methodology. You describe whether or not you took into consideration additional information that was presented to you in determining whether your initial hypothesis was correct or not. Describe just generally that process and whether or not you took new information and retested your hypotheses. Describe that process that you undertook just generally.
So in general, when a physician is presented with a set of circumstances or wounds or symptoms or whatever, they come up with a possible diagnosis, but have to consider other diagnoses as well. That's what a good physician does. They consider what they think is the most likely, and then they go through a process of eliminating or including the other possibilities. Would you like me to give an example, like chest pain or?
Well, I'd like to give you an example of what you used here in this case as the application of that.
Well, okay, so I'm just describing the overall process because if you came to a diagnosis and narrowed in on it and never considered any other information, sometimes your diagnosis is going to be wrong, and so you have to allow for other information. And so I did that in this case. You know, I examined the circumstances, examined the wounds photographically, and came up with my impression, but I also considered other possibilities. What else could cause those scratches or those abrasions?
And did you honestly and scientifically consider those other possibilities as you continue to review the information, old and new information in this matter?
Yes.
And did that process allow you to avoid confirmation bias?
Yeah. Yes.
So in terms of that process, now let's go through some of the items that Attorney Brennan discussed with you. He asked you several questions, one of which, did you evaluate news clips in audio clips? You remember that questioning?
I remember a question about some
And Leslie, thank you for the super sticker of a guy #1 fan. Looks like a pear. A dancing pear.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
That's awesome. I love it. It's so cute.
some news clip.
And did you recall your discussion with Attorney Brennan about acute grief reaction? You remember that discussion?
Yes.
Now, in terms of acute grief reaction, you talked about it, and do you recall discussing that sometimes people who have a traumatic event, that acute grief reaction occurs? You recall that discussion with Attorney Brennan?
Yes.
Now, do you recall also mentioning that sometimes these patients engage in self-blame?
Yes.
And my question, among others, is when they go to self-blame, from your experience as emergency room physician, seeing patients with this, as you discussed with Mr. Brennan, are there instances when patients blame themselves for something when they're not to blame? Can you discuss what you meant by self-blame in acute grief reaction?
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
You know, the one thing the good doctor failed to consider, though, and I think is pretty relevant to the situation.
What's that?
Whenever Marissa gets a second to pull this up.
Oh.
They did not take into account the attack dog taillight. That's the problem. That's blew this case completely wide open just now. The attack dog taillight.
So they went full Lord of the Flies and mounted Fluffy's head on the taillight.
Don't you besmirch the good name of Fluffy. Don't you do it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Cletus. Cletus the dog. I need to get a dog named Cletus one day.
What's her name now? Cora? Cora. That's it.
Cora.
Okay, I can't. I cannot do that name. I just can't. It's not a dog. It's a people name.
It's silly.
I mean, so is Miss Cleo, but, you know.
To be fair, the next animal I get is going to be called Billiam.
Billiam?
Billiam.
Yep.
It'd be a good goat name, actually.
I like it. I was watching, I may have been a little tired and sleep deprived, and I was watching My Name is Earl, and, you know, there is a point. Why is Bill short for William? It should be Billiam. And if I have a seventh child, Billiam, Chadadius, my last name.
Chadadius.
Yeah, we were trying to think of a name that would make Chad Dorkbell, you know, seem smexy throughout all of his lives, because Lori always picked him to get married to, despite having choices. So we were trying to figure out his Roman name, and Chadadius is what we figured out. Legal Shenanigans Theater. You should really try it out. These are the conversations we have.
Y'all want to see a picture of Baker when I picked him up at the airport last night?
I'm afraid to pull
Sure.
this up. I'm not gonna lie. It's really tiny. Okay, phew.
Oh no.
That's funny.
Let's go.
Shout out
That's
to
a
Mark.
no. That's
Shout
a
out to
negative
Mark.
Knight Rider. We have been Bob Barkered. But Valhalla keeps putting it out in the universe, so give it a couple years.
Yeah, that doesn't always stick.
Thanks
Oh yeah,
for that.
no. Mo's having another one, without a doubt. It's going to be her little
Oh.
miracle baby.
Big feet and pepperoni nips. Like dinner plates.
Oh God, no, I'm not going back there. You don't understand. I spent 5 years of my life creating life and nurturing it from my own
So
body.
far,
I'm done.
Mo. So far. 5 years so far.
Okay, Valhalla, I want you to listen to me carefully. When Mr. Mo saw the positive pregnancy test for number 6, he broke out into hives. And I'm not talking like little hives. I'm talking about he had to get injectable steroids, okay? My husband looked like he had leprosy. All right? I'm just saying,
That's
I don't think
terrible.
Mr. Mo would deal with it well. He'd deal with
That's
me getting another puppy before he'd deal with a child.
Oh my god.
It's not like I can
think it's
sneak
fun
them
to
in.
have. It's fun to have temporary puppies and then to just adopt them out.
No. I appreciate people that fostered animals like that. I, however, am way too if I'm putting that much work in a dog, it's going to be here, right? Like if I'm putting enough work into a dog to train it the way it's supposed to be trained and whatnot, like it's not leaving. You know
If
what I
you get
mean?
like a whole litter though, and there's like
Well,
5 or 6 of them and they're shitting everywhere.
That's just
Okay,
crazy.
I'm a
talk.
terrible dog mom. I try to be firm and I try to be the boss, but then they look at me with the eyes and I'm like, "Ugh." See, I'm a terrible dog mom. This is why I only have cats now because I just know they're not going to listen.
There you go. Just
Yeah.
accept it for what it is.
Except when I get the water bottle out, then everyone listens.
Works with goats too.
Oh, cool. Didn't know that.
Does not work with
Really,
corgis.
Oh, really? I want a corgi so bad just because their hind ends are so cute.
They're floof.
She's cute. She's sassy.
Well, and they have the little like
May I have a moment,
dachshund
Your Honor?
body, but it's not
Thank you.
weird.
Uh,
Dachshunds scare me. Okay.
Dachshunds.
they're fluffier than dachshunds too. They shed.
Corgis are
Yeah, they're just. I like
They're
the
really
fluffy
smart.
dachshund.
The long
She's
hairs.
too smart.
Yeah.
And the problem is mine has a white belly and it drags across the grass. So if you don't keep the grass short, you either
Oh, no,
have green
she's all
belly
green.
or
That's awesome.
brown belly because she gets all dirty.
Well, mow your lawn, Marissa. Dang.
Don't
That's
do
why
that.
she's married.
Yeah.
It was
She
in the
pays us to
contract.
do it.
That is not in my job description, sir.
You are not my supervisor, per Charlene.
Hasn't been mentioned once on my progress reports.
No PIP involved. Performance improvement.
Dr.
plan.
Russell, do you recall questioning by Attorney Brennan with regard to some alleged clip with regard to a motor vehicle, the Lexus and the pedestrian in this case? Do you recall that discussion?
Clip.
Yes.
And have you reviewed and Attorney Brennan asked you about the slide presentation, what Dr. Welcher did with regard to this supposed accident reconstruction? You remember those questions?
Yes.
Mr. Wilk, if you could please publish the slide from
yes,
Dr.
I have.
Welcher's presentation with the arm out in the glass in the back. Not that one, the one in this case of the Lexus and Dr. Welcher dressed up as Mr. O'Keefe and with the clothing in the back.
Dressed up as Mr.
with the-
O'Keefe.
This is so dumb.
his,
Because
I can't
if Brennan adds in Snark, with her, if you're the so-called premier expert, what a jerk.
Who's kicking beer bottles around the courtroom? What the hell was that?
that would be toward the back of that slide presentation, probably around
Can
1:30-ish.
confirm not here.
That's it, yes. And what slide number is that? 109. So, Dr. Russell, can you see what is depicted on that slide?
Yes.
Is that impact that is depicted on this slide, is that a clip or is that a direct impact to the arm?
I believe that that's a rather direct impact.
Okay, so this is a direct impact. And now, from your experience, and you were asked about this on cross-examination, a direct impact to the arm, assume, as was discussed, a motor vehicle, 6,000-pound Lexus going 24 miles an hour in the reverse with a direct impact on the arm. From your experience as an emergency medicine physician, what type of injuries would you expect to this arm?
So I would expect at least significant bruising, at least. But I would also expect fracture, possible dislocation of portions of the arm.
What portions of the arm would you expect fractures and dislocations?
Well, from this image, if it impacted that section of the arm, and let me use my pointer, right here, a very good possibility that there would be a radius and ulnar fracture of the forearm or an elbow fracture.
Could you please stand up and with your Honor's permission, show where the radius and where the ulnar bones are of the arm? The lights on, please. Thank you. You can keep the lights on.
So the radius and ulnar are the two long bones in the forearm right underneath the skin. And then they join with the humerus bone here in the upper arm at the elbow. And those, of course, these bones are they're susceptible to fracture with a significant impact. And also the elbow would be susceptible to fracture.
How about the hand?
The hand could be injured. It depends on where the hand was in relation. And also, if there was a fall, there are other mechanisms that could contribute to a fracture from the actual fall onto the ground. So there could be a wrist fracture, digital fractures. It depends on the circumstances.
Thank you. And do you, you can be seated. Thank you very much, Dr. Russell. From a direct impact to the arm, as you said, is depicted here. What is the likelihood of there being any fracture to any bone?
Objection.
Sustained in that form.
Do you have an opinion, based upon a reasonable degree of medical certainty, as to whether there would be any fracture to any bone?
I believe that there's a very high likelihood that there would either be a significant bruise or a laceration or a fracture of the bones.
Now let's go to, as I understand it, you have reviewed the autopsy report of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And you've reviewed the file, the medical records files, correct?
Yes.
Is there any indication at all of significant bruising to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
With regard to the lower extremities, from what is depicted here, meaning this impact, did you evaluate the autopsy and the medical records to see what evaluation was done of the lower extremities?
Yes, a very extensive evaluation of lower extremities was done.
What very extensive evaluation was done and by whom?
By Dr. Scortabello, and it was both an external and an internal examination of the lower extremities.
Let's start with the internal examination
Did they? I don't
by
remember.
Dr. Scortabello. Could you please describe what type of internal examination she performed?
Well, she opened up the legs.
Sustained.
Giggity.
May we approach her? For lunch?
All right, jurors, I'm going to send you out for lunch, okay? We'll see you at 2 o'clock. Yes, come on up.
To the court, please.
Alrighty then. Thanks for letting us know when we're coming back.
I think she said an hour, but we might want to play it back or see you at 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock, she said.
Oh, okay. Well then. Short break while jury exits. Well, we'll see if they come back, but probably not.
Yeah, well, I think they wanted us aside, but I don't know what the state's problem as far as her going over Dr. Scortabello's report would be.
Oh?
Yeah, we'll just leave this. No sound yet, so.
Looks like something's going on.
Alan Jackson doing some math or something. Emailing.
Okay, can I just point out that Karen is able to walk in heels, look very nice and put together every day, and I struggle to stay functional and try to get my eyebrows to match when I color them in because God gave me blonde ones.
If you were brand new to this trial, had no idea what was going on, and just stumbled on this, you wouldn't be able to pick out who the defendant was.
Yeah.
No. No. And right now I would think it's Alan Jackson.
Right?
Because he's sitting
accused of ending another person's life, and she's got free reign in the courtroom. She's got free reign to walk up to the judge's bench. She's got it. This whole thing is so bizarre.
That is kind of funny because, you know, they don't even like blink an eye when she gets up.
No, and they shouldn't. She's not a dangerous person. Like, kudos to the Commonwealth, I suppose, for not prejudicing her in ways that we've seen, you know, in other cases or whatever. But
what I will say is, I don't think I don't think Hank was expecting the acute grief reaction to come up. And I think that, you know, the acute grief is something that we've all talked about, but it hasn't ever come in. And I really think that this was a good witness to have it come in because she has seen so many people go through terrible things.
Tell that old lady she's not right about that.
And Mueller, that's funny though. That's funny. She's not in a Lexus.
I mean, this is true.
Fair point. She's not parallel parking.
Driver's license.
Oh, that's funny.
She's not allowed to drive.
That being said, I swear to God, Brendan, if you bring up tech stream and infotainment one time, because how dare you take a word that sounds so fun to say and make it something that gives me like a twitch?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I love words that, you know, are all mushed together. Infotainment sounds like a great thing, but now that I've listened to it for 6 weeks, I never want to hear the word again.
Infotainment?
Outside of this trial.
There was
never doing a car trial again.
Ugh. I can't imagine having
random
like
note.
everywhere.
I think I found who Hank resembles, but I can't figure out which one works better. So I needed people before I made a meme. So which Randall is more Hank-like?
Oh, the left one.
Definitely
yeah, I was thinking Randall from Recess is in fact Hank.
Yeah.
He needs buck teeth and glasses, and it would be perfect.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna work on it in Canva, but
nice. I like it.
I needed audience participation. Thank you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
I mean, everybody's still sitting there, so.
But that's the
point.
What
are we doing?
It's avant-garde memery.
We are all the way live, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that woman with the big forehead.
I think I just
me out.
got us 5 seconds. Oh, man.
That is a giant
No
bailiff.
boy today.
He's a big boy.
I
He's a
know.
big
Yeah.
boy.
And newly shaved his head because that scalp hasn't seen the light of day for years.
Yeah, he lost a bet.
He's like, I want to look like all the other cops.
Oh, what are we doing? Baby, get
All
lunch?
right, Chrissy, does that help?
Did she just want it?
There we go. Good thing we stuck around for that court TV.
Wait, watch the court reporter cat lady right here. She's like, oh,
All
I'm
right.
whipping myself.
She did a pit check. Oh, court reporter lady, no.
To be fair, you
No.
probably forget that the, camera's there. I mean, do we remember what's his face like, ooh,
Yeah.
and then put in his little pouch and like, ain't no one gonna say.
Yeah.
Not all.
To be fair, turtlenecks, I don't wear turtlenecks because they feel like they're strangling me. But kudos to you that
Turtlenecks
can
suck.
wear turtlenecks. I just don't want to pay for clothing to strangle me.
That's terrible. That's terrible. I'm probably not going to be here this
Well.
afternoon, just so you know.
That's okay. We're
I
gonna hold
figured.
down the fort.
I'm
Try.
going to go hang out with my friends.
Oh,
Lucky.
well, fancy
Yup.
you. Real life friends that go outside, show
3D.
off.
They're 3D. I can touch them, poke them with a stick.
Make sure Baker does a
Well.
pit check, before you go into Walmart.
I would not recommend anybody smell Baker's Pits, at least until they get done shopping for clothes and deodorant.
I was going to eat lunch, but I might just pack one to go. But yeah, we'll be back Mo and I think. Mo, you're coming back?
Yeah.
Backer needs a crotch check. Ugh. Baker's bits. Oh, man. All right, we've gone wild. We'll be back at like 1:50, so like 40 minutes or so, 45 minutes.
Yeah, and I will be attempting to get the stream up on Rumble as soon as we get off of here. So the afternoon stream should link directly to this next afternoon stream.
Throw your Rumble link in chat so that everybody can get it.
If a mod could do that, that would be wonderful, because if I try to do that, that's going to be a year and a half. So thank you so much for my modly mods who do all the things. People give me mods. I told Nick not to give me a mod because I don't know what I'm doing.
Actually, who's the mods over on Baker's Rumble? Animus, are you here? You're a mod, right? And who else?
Yeah,
Iris, I think, but she's not
Anime
here.
Rumpier, Anima Rumpier.
That one.
Yeah.
Can you throw Mo's Rumble link in chat over there for me?
How
For
do
us? For her?
I-
For you guys?
Huh.
Please
I'm trying
and
to
thank
make
you.
you a mod. This is terrifying.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes,
Appreciate
thank
you.
Thank you.
All right.
Wonderful.
Cool.
Cool.
Well, that'll come up for all y'all, and we'll see you soon.
And I'll try to do that every day I'm at Dollywood. Just have the Rumble set up. Because I'm,
Okay.
in theory, taking a laptop. If I can find it, because my kids stole it. Which.
Fair warning, at the park, nobody's going to have connection.
Oh, well, I wasn't
Just-
doing the park. I was thinking, like, if I... it'll be strange. I'll be in a room that's all quiet and by myself.
You're going to lose your
I
mind.
may never go back.
You're going to...
Yeah. Hopefully there's like a field trip there or something, just so you can feel like you're at home.
Valhalla's gonna get a call, and I'm just gonna say, "Can you scream and yell with Baker? I feel lonely. I just need y'all to squabble."
All right.
Can you guys get into an all-out WWE style wrestling match in my hotel room, please? Complete with...
Okay,
flying
I just need y'all
dropping
to do something
elbows.
until I say, "This is why we can't have nice things," and then I'll feel right at home.
Just go until I have to scream at you, and then we're good. Then we're good.
Yes.
All right. Bye, y'all.
Alrighty.
Later,
Bye, you
y'all.
guys.
Oh, crap. I hit the wrong button.
You got to push play, Marissa. You got to push play.
I'm working on it. There we go.
That these two men are somehow able to butt dial and butt answer each other. It's just ridiculous. And there's more consciousness of guilt evidence with regard to Higgins. When he realizes that.
Grant is stretching. Doink,
Oh,
is stretching.
Jesus.
Doink is stretching. You saw it, people. But let's enjoy this while people can hit the poll.
I'm so glad I caught that on tape. Oh my God, Grant. Oh, he fell up the stairs. He fell up the stairs again. I have it on video. He's always attention seeking. Let's just be honest. Just like his miserable mother. Fuck his miserable mother. Universe loves. Hey, good luck. Good luck, Grant. Looks like you need it.
Big Ed's. Y'all want to go with me?
What's Big Ed's?
Oh, I went to a better place tonight.
I don't know.
What is Big Ed's?
Little Joe's. I went to Little Joe's.
Baguettes is.
No, have fun. Good night, my friend.
Up?
Purple Phoenix. Love you, babe.
Do me a favor, Baker, and do that hand gesture one more time.
Baguettes is a baguette
Better boy.
from France.
Better boy. Thank you so much. That's
There you go, bro.